sponsor is Hatlow's Carpet One Floor & Home. Hi, this is Steve Hatlow with Hatlow's Carpet One Floor & Home. If you don't love your new flooring, just say beautiful guaranteed. This may seem crazy, but at Hatlow's we want you to love your new floor so much that if you don't, just say so. From our 1 diamond to our 3 diamond quality.
Siri can't make your bratty kids get along.
But it can play Hits 106.1 on iHeartRadio.
Let's go to the beach, eat, let's go get a wave. They say what they gonna say. Have a drink, clink, found a Bud Light. Bad bitches like me, it's hard to come by. The Patron, let's go get it down. The sound, yes, I'm in the zone. Is it 2, 3? Leave a good tip. I'ma blow all my money and don't give two.
Hits 106.1. A lot of people are saying he's like trying to replace like Harry Styles. Come on now. Harry's working on a new album right now. It's Benson Boone.
I'm sorry I'm here for someone else, but it's good to see your face. And I really hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. She was running late for dinner outside of town. Left the phone a little bitter, but it's cool for now. Far from perfect for each other, but we're working it out, I suppose. Now I'm waiting at the diner looking traumatized, 'cause you walk up to the table with an order of fries. And I know you, yes I know you, used to love you. And I said, I'm sorry I'm here for someone else. It's good to see your face, and I really hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry I'm here for someone else. I wish that I could stay and talk at the bar all by
The new hits, 106.1.
When I was young, I fell in love. We used to hold hands, man, that was enough. Then we grew up, started to touch. Used to kiss underneath the light on the back of the bus. I know your daddy didn't like me much, and he didn't believe me when I said you were the one. Every day, she found a way out of the window to sneak out late. She used to meet me on the east side, in the city with the sun on set. And every day, you know that we ride through the back streets of a blue Corvette. Baby, you know I just wanna leave tonight. We can go anywhere we want. Drive down to the coast, jump in the sea. Just take my hand and come with me, yeah. We can do anything if you put a mind to it. Take your whole life, then you put a line to it. My love is yours if you're willing to take it. Give me a heart, cause I'm gonna break it. So come away, started today, starting a life together in a different place. We know that love is how all these ideas came to be. So baby, run away with me.
17, and we got a dream to have a family, a house, and everything in between. And then suddenly, we're 10, 23, and now we got pressure for taking our life more seriously. We got a dead end jobs and got bills to pay. Have old friends and now our enemies. And now I'm thinking back to when I was young, back to the day when I was falling in love. He used to meet me on the east side, in the city where the sun don't set. And every day, you know where we ride through the back streets in a blue Corvette. And baby, you know I just wanna leave tonight. We can go anywhere we want. Drive down to the coast, jump in the sea. Just take my hand and come with me. Singing, we can do anything if we put a mind to it. Take your whole life and you put a line to it. My love is yours if you're willing to take it. Give me a heart, cause I ain't gonna break it. So come away, starting to taste, starting a life together in a different place. Know that love is how all these ideas came to be. So baby, run away with me. Run away now, run away now, run away now. Run away now, run away now, run away now. He used to meet me on the east side.
She used to meet me on the east side.
He used to meet me on the east side.
She used to meet me on the east side, in the city with the sun on set.
Morgan Wallen knows what you want.
Say, baby, you should know that's what I want. That's what I want.
To go to a show, and Hits 106.1 knows how to make it happen. You've got a shot all weekend long to win Morgan Wallen tickets.
What's going on? It's Morgan Wallen. Who's ready to party?
Listen on the 10s for your keyword, then text in to win. Because when you listen to Hits 106.1, you get what you want.
We're going to have a good time.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is coming back to Las Vegas.
T-Mobile Arena.
September 19th and 20th.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there.
For a weekend full of superstar performances.
Featuring
Tate McRae. Ed Sheeran. Lil Wayne. Jelly Roll. Maroon 5. Mariah Carey. Glorilla. And more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Music brings us together.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Go to AXS.com to get your tickets today. And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Audible is a proud partner of the 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Explore the best selection of audiobooks, plus podcasts and originals, all in one easy app. There's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Life's better with American Family Insurance. Because we know in making the most of your home, DIY doesn't just stand for do it yourself. It also means dream it yourself. And we're here to help protect the dreams you're building. Save up to 23% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Crank up the hits and bring on the boom. It's 80s fireworks night at T-Mobile Park. Get ready for a totally tubular show on Friday, July 18th. Presented by T-Mobile. The Mariners face off against the division rival Astros at 7:10. And after the game, the sky will light up to the sound of your favorite 80s jams. Big hits on the field and more big hits after dark.
Grand slam! Julio takes it deep and clears it off.
Mariners baseball, fireworks, and hair metal sounds like a rad night. Lock in your seats now at Mariners.com and check out what else is on deck at the ballpark this summer, including 3 straight value games against the Brewers, July 21st through 23rd, and the next Mariners fireworks show on August 1st.
Goodbye, baseball. He does it again. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big number.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
The Shoestring Circus is making its debut in Pierce County. Step inside their classic Big Top Tent and witness incredible circus artists for 2 weekends only at the Ording Lions Club. This all-human spectacle is a wonder for all ages. Get tickets today at shoestringcircus.com.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Some cases grow cold.
There's never been a person of interest. There had never been anything.
But the truth never dies.
We received a phone call that was bittersweet.
Now, with new eyes and relentless resolve, investigators return to the evidence.
Once I went back, I realized, man, I feel like we got a case here.
I'm Enrique Santos. We tell the stories of victims and the families who never stop fighting for justice.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Cold Case Files Miami podcast, and listen now.
Make Hits 106.1 the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free, new and improved iHeartRadio app. The new Hits 106.1. Free never sounded so good.
I can't relate to desperate
106.1. You're on the way to craft today. What do you craft?
I like to make candles and do different crafts. We do tie-dye or different knitting.
Wait a second. How old are you?
I'm 21.
You literally sound like my grandmother back in the day.
I love living my grandma life.
If this world were mine.
Hey, Roman numeral 7, babe, drop it like it's hot. If this world was mine, I'd take your dreams and make them multiply. If this world was mine, I'd take your enemies in front of God. Introduce them to that light. Hit them strictly with that fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire, fire. Fire, fire. Fire. Hey, Roman numeral 7, babe, drop it like it's hot. If this world was mine, I'd take your dreams and make them multiply. If this world was mine, I'd take your enemies in front of God. Introduce them to that light. Hit them strictly with that fire. This a vibe, they your dance, let them watch. She a fan, he a flop. They just wanna kumbaya, nah.
This world concrete, flowers grow. All day, she only do what she know. Weekends, get it poppin' on the low. Better days coming for sure. If it was up to me, I wouldn't give it nobody's no sympathy. I take away the pain, I give you everything. I just wanna see when you wanna see.
If this world were
It
mine.
outdoors, love. Maybe you would stop, strike, close, and I'm with you. Everything goes. Come and put that on my soul. Bobby, clown, wrist, project. Come on the way home. This world concrete, flowers grow. All day, she only do what she know. Weekends, get it poppin' on the low. Better days coming for sure. If it was up to me, I wouldn't give it nobody's no sympathy. I'll take away the pain, I'll give you everything. I just wanna see when you wanna see.
If this world
I can't lie, I trust you, I love you. I won't waste your time, I turn it off just so I can turn you on. I'ma make you say it loud. I'm not even tripping, I won't stress you out. I'ma even settle down for you. I'ma show you I'm a pro. I'ma take my time and turn it off just so I can turn you on, baby. Weekends, get it poppin' on the low. Better days coming for sure.
Coming for
If this world were mine.
Let's get this summer started. Your summer playlist for Boating Lake Washington. Hits 106.1 on the free iHeartRadio app.
I want you to stay till I'm in the grave, till I rot away, dead and buried, till I'm in the casket you carry. If you go, I'm going too. 'Cause it was always you. And if I'm turning blue, please don't save me. Nothing
for cleaning around the house. Hits 106.1.
My baby born a Birkin. She's been telling me all night long. Gasoline and groceries, the list goes on and on. It's 9 to 5, ain't working. Why the hell do I work so hard? I can't worry about my problems. I can't take them when I'm gone. One, here comes the two to the three to the four. Tell them bring another round, we need plenty more. Two stepping on the table, she don't need a dance floor. Oh my, good Lord. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jack Daniels got a history. There's a party downtown near Fifth Street. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. I've been boozy since I left. I ain't changing for a check. Tell my mama I ain't forget. Woke up drunk at 10 a.m. We gon' do this shit again. Tell your girl to bring a friend. Oh Lord. One, here comes the two to the three to the four. Tell them bring another round, we need plenty more. Two stepping on the table, she don't need a dance floor. Oh my, good Lord. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jack Daniels got a history. There's a party downtown near Fifth Street. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. One, here comes the two to the three to the four. When it's last call and they kick us out the door. It's getting kinda late, but the ladies want some more. Oh my, good Lord. Tell them drink some. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jack Daniels got a history. There's a party downtown near Fifth Street. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jack Daniels got a history. At the bottom of a bottle, don't miss me. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy.
Hits 106.1 all this weekend, hooking you up with Morgan Wallen tickets. Got another chance coming up right around 9:10. Here's Chapel Roan and Pink Pony Club.
I know you wanted me to stay, but I can't ignore the crazy visions of me in LA. I heard that there's a special place where boys and girls can all be queens every single day. I'm having wicked dreams of leaving Tennessee. If Santa Monica, I swear it's calling me. Won't make my mama proud. It's gonna go on my mind. And mama, every Saturday I can hear your southern drawl 1,000 miles away, saying, God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl. You dance at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club.
Alexa can't fold your laundry. Ask me to play music, but it can to play Hits 106.1 on iHeartRadio. And we'll get the party started.
Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky like shooting stars? I could really use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky like shooting stars? I could really use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now.
Yeah, I could use a dream or a genie or a wish to go back to a place much simpler than this. Cause after all the partying and smashing and crashing and all the glitz and the glam and the fashion,
at the Hall in Occidental. This Saturday before the show, from 3 till doors, we're talking weekend-themed drinks, weekend vibes, and chances at weekend tickets. Right outside Gate 4 at the Hall in Occidental. It's a weekend pre-party with Hits 106.1.
Geico knows there's a home you and a road you. Right now you're hearing home you. He's not in an RV. He's at home, watching the great outdoors on TV.
For the lone gazelle, there sadly is no escape.
Meanwhile, road you always has an escape in an RV covered with Geico's added 24/7 emergency roadside service, so he can explore more of the great outdoors in real life. Except maybe the ravine where the gazelle got stuck. Road you should avoid that. For more road you time, get more with Geico.
At Verizon, lock in our best price ever on the best 5G in Seattle and be the best you. Stream your favorite music for that weekend adventure. Check the forecast for the big hike. And save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $45 a month for a single line. That's right, just $45 a month when you bring in your phone with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on route metrics route score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
At Fred Meyer, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. Hand it to Fred Meyer shoppers. You never compromise. Fred Meyer. Fresh for everyone.
Save big on 6 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or 7-Up. Right now, select varieties are only $2.99 each with your digital coupon. Fred Meyer. Fresh for everyone.
Thanks to Buhoff Law. When you're listening on the new and improved iHeartRadio app, you can set up to 15 presets and get all your music, radio, and podcast quickly. Car accident? Seattle. You are better off with Buhoff.
Better off with Buhoff.
Stop by your local grocery outlet to participate in our annual Independence from Hunger Drive. This is a great way to support your local food organizations. So take part in our Give 5, Get 5 program. Donate $5 and get a $5 coupon for a future visit. Donations made in-store stay in your local community. Join us in our fight against hunger by visiting your local grocery outlet today. Going on now through the end of July.
Grocery outlet, bargain market.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
City of Lakewood Summerfest is back at Fort Steilacoom Park.
See you on Saturday, July 19th.
With live music, circus fun, a car show, glowing hot air balloons, and food trucks galore, there's something for everyone. Admission and parking are free.
See you at Summerfest, July 19th.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Tired of sitting on your suitcase? 2 words. Packing cubes. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Now open and free through summer.
Smurfs, only in theaters July 18th. Tickets on sale now.
From the Fox 13 Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Abby Coney. A high temperature of 83 degrees this afternoon across the greater Seattle area. After patches of clouds earlier this morning, we expect mostly sunny skies this afternoon. 86 on Sunday and maybe 90 degrees on Wednesday.
This report is sponsored by Safeway and Albertsons. This week at Safeway and Albertsons, get value packs of bone-in USDA choice beef T-bone steaks and New York strip steaks for $8.97 per pound with digital coupon limit 1. And yellow or white peaches or nectarines or red or black plums for $2.47 per pound with digital coupon.
KBKS FM, Tacoma, Seattle is
the all-new Hits 106.1, the new home of the Jubal Show. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Some of y'all go get washed. Some of y'all just go pop shit. Some of y'all just go talk. But none of y'all ain't really got shit. Some of y'all just look lost. I get this type of feel you ain't accustomed to. I swear I'll be at peace if it weren't for you. Yeah, yeah. Only want your love if it's solid. If it fuck me, then fuck you. And that's the way I like it. And that's the way I like it. That's the way I like it. That's the way I like it. I'm 30 for 30, I'm 30 for 30, I'm 30 for 30, I'm 30 for 30.
Check. Should they fold that no yoga mat? Check. Should they dare that don't hit me back? Check. Should have ran down on your questions asked? Check. Check. They chat. They chat. When the sun go down, everything made me feel lonely. Hello, something boring, no, it's just a home. Try to feel good inside, enough, no one to hold me. Hype me up, you give me hype. You my favorite coach, compress the line. King stress off, that's my only vice. I take it off when he tell me if I'm feeling fine. I run it up, risk it all like I'm rolling dice. Taking it all, it's my second life. That's me, passed out in the backseat. Cash out on the backseat beach. Already know my body, already know that's me. Think you might get me. All I want the love if it's solid.
Some of y'all go get washed. Some of y'all just go pop shit. Some of y'all just go talk. But none of y'all ain't really got shit. Some of y'all just look lost. I get this type of feel you ain't accustomed to. I swear I'd be at peace if it weren't for you.
Yeah, yeah, only want your love if it's solid.
But if it fuck me, then fuck you. And that's the way I like it. 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 I'm 30 for 30, I'm 30 for 30, I'm 30 for 30, I'm 30 for 30.
Check. Should they fold that no yoga mat? Check. Should they dead that no strings attached? Check. Should have ran down on you, no questions asked? Check. They check. They check. They check. Check.
Do I let him bump his gums or getting whacked?
Check.
Do I take his head off and wear it for fashion?
Check.
Do I do my stuff and take it to the max?
Check. They check. They check. They check.
Hits 106.1. I'm Mike Klein. Want to go see Morgan Wallen? I got tickets for you to win after Sabrina Carpenter. This is Feather, yo.
Oh, not an outtake. Oh, it's like that. I'm your dream come true when it's on a platter for you. Then you pull back when I try to make plans more than 2 hours in advance. Slam the door, ignore. Say no, 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 no more. Got you blocked after this and afterthought. Finally cut you off. I feel so much lighter like a feather with you off my mind. Floating through the memories like whatever, you're a waste
tickets with Hits 106.1 is now. Text WANT to 41061 for your chance to win. Standard message and data rates apply.
Lonely in this crowd, I sit alone. Oh, one more drink away from heading home. Oh, I could feel the night slipping by. Away from me. And she caught my eye through the light, and she came right up to me. She said, oh, hi, nice to meet you tonight. Maybe we could go dance, get up off our feet. She said, this life ain't forever. One song here together, then let's play it on repeat. We can dance all night. We can dance to the morning light. Let's forget about our worries and the wild world outside. She said, oh, hi, nice to meet you tonight. Maybe we could go dance, get up off our feet. We can dance all night. She took my hand and led me through the dark. Oh, she said, feel the beat, forget that broken heart. Oh, and I can feel the night slipping by. Away from me. And I saw the light in her eyes as she came right up to me. She said, oh, hi, nice to meet you tonight. Maybe we could go dance, get up off our feet. She said, this life ain't forever. One song here together, then let's play it on repeat. We can dance all night. We can dance to the morning light. Let's forget about our worries and the wild world outside. She said, oh, hi, nice to meet you tonight. Maybe we could go dance, get up off our feet. We can dance all night. We can dance all night. She said, oh, hi, nice to meet you tonight. Maybe we could go dance, get up off our feet. She said, this life ain't forever. One song here together, then let's play it on repeat. We could dance all night.
The most commercial-free hit music for your workday. Hits 106.1.
Valentine,
It's Hits 106.1. Make sure you come out to the hall at Occidental for Seattle's biggest pre-party. Before you see the weekend at Lumen Field, it's over right next to Gate 4 tonight. So we'll see you out there. It's Kendrick.
Aye, mustard on the beat, boat in rap. He a freak though, man down. Call her Amber Lambs, tell him breathe, bro. Nella to the cross, he walk around like T. So what's up with these? Trying to see Compton, the industry can hate me. From Marlin, they mama, how many options you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna pass on this body, I'm John Stockton. Beat your not the Bible if God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with him. Walking down whole time, I know he got some in him. Pull on him, extort, bully the flow on him. Say Drake, I hear you like him. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your from them. They tell me the only one that get your hand-me-downs and party at the party playing with his now. And got a weird case, why is he around? Certified lover boy, certified, wop, 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 wop. That up, wop, 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 wop. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a, ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor. They not like us, they not like us, they not like us. They not like us, they not like us, they not like us. You think the Bay gon' let you disrespect Pop? I think that Oakland show gon' be your last stop. They cold foul, I don't know why you still pretending. What is the owl, bird and bird? Go. The audience not dumb, shape the stories how you want. Hey Drake, they're not slow. Rabbit hole is still deep, I can go further, I promise. Ain't there something be rest that's for you Malibu most wanted. Ain't no love boy, you ball boy, fish Gatorade or something. Since 2009, I had this jumping to get a wedgie, be flipped over your boxes or over your foe. The other option, better straighten they posture. Got famous all up in content. Might write this with a doctor. Tell a pop star quit hiding. A caption won't action, no accident. I'm hands on. He around, get polished. No Wayne grower, he was in jail. That's conniving. Then get his face tatted like a apologizing. I'm glad D-Rose came home. Y'all didn't deserve him neither. From Alondra down to Central, better not speak on Serena. And your homeboy needs subpoena. That moving flocks. That name gotta be registered and placed on neighborhood watch. I lean on you, like another line of walk. Yeah, it's all eyes on me, and I'ma send it up the pot. Ay, put the roll label on me, I'ma get them dropped. Ay, sweet chin music, and I won't pass the ox. Ay, how many stocks do I really have in stock? Ay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5. Ay, devil is a lie. Here's God. Ay, freaky, need to spit it inside. Ay, like a fresh pack of. Ay, city is back up. It's a must. We outside. Ay. They not like us. 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 Once upon a time, all of us was in chains. Homie still double down, calling us some slaves. Atlanta was the mecca, building railroads and trains. Bear with me for a second, let me put y'all on game. The settlers was using town folk to make them richer. Fast forward 2024, you got the same agenda. You run to Atlanta when you need a check balance. Let me break it down for you, this the real challenge. You caught future when you didn't see the club. Hey, what? Little baby help you get your lingo up. What? 21 get your first street cred. They'll make you feel like you a slime in your head. Hey, what? Quavo said you can be from North Side. What? 2 Chainz say you good, but he lied. You run to Atlanta when you need a few dollars. No, you're not a colleague, you a colonizer. The family matter and the truth of the matter. He was God's plan to show y'all the liar. He a fan, he a fan, he a fan. He a fan, he a fan, he a. He is God. He is God. Hey, run for your life. Hey, run for your life. He is God. He is God. Hey, run for your life. Hey, run for your life. Let me hear you say O-V. Then step this way, step that way. Then step this way, step that way. Are you my friend? Are we locked in? Then step this way, step that way. Then step this way, step that way.
Add Hits 106.1 as your #1 preset on the iHeartRadio app. And never miss a minute of The Jubal Show.
I just woke up from a dream where you and I had to say goodbye. And I don't know what it all means, but since I survived, I realized wherever you go, that's where I'll
there's a new study saying eating dairy before you go to bed gives you nightmares. It's Hits 106.1.
I babysit a lot, and some parents don't want to give kids fruit before bed because that will keep them awake.
That sounds more realistic.
I could go and read your mind. Think about your dumb face all the time. Living in your glass house, I'm outside. Looking in her big blue eyes. Did it just to hurt me, make me cry. Smiling through it all, yeah, that's my life. You're an idiot. Now I'm sure. Now I'm positive. I should go and warn her.
Jubal Show.
The new hits, 106.1.
I'm finding ways to articulate the feeling I'm going through. I just can't say I don't love you, 'cause I love you. Yeah, it's hard for me to communicate the thoughts that I hold, but tonight I'm gonna let you know. Let me tell the truth. Baby, let me tell the truth. Yeah, you know what I'm thinking. See it in your eyes. You hate that you want me. Hate it when you cry. You're scared to be lonely, especially in the night. I'm scared that I'll miss you. Happens every time. I don't want this feeling. I can't afford love. I try to find reason to pull us apart. It ain't working 'cause you're perfect, and I know that you're worth it. I can't walk away. Even though we're going through it and it makes you feel alone, just know that I would die for you. Baby, I would die for you. Yeah. The distance and the time between us, it'll never change for my
morning. 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. You getting anything? Okay. Test 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mike. definitely can't see any numbers from here, but they're very loud. They're fun to watch. Tribe comes out here every few years. Didn't have them last year, as I remember, but they're back this year. Fun to watch these folks. If you watch the folks in Southeast Asia run those little boats with those oddball outdrive engines on them, you really wonder sometimes. All right, white flag on the course. All right, white flag on the course. All right. You got 4 starters. And they talk about the people in capsule boats being a little crazy. These guys are having a ball out here. They go into turn 1. All right. Got 3 right bunched up. Third place looks like he's trying to gain on second right now. The fourth place boat is trailing behind. Well, it's a good thing they're outboards. Test. Test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. I'll just stay on. Test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test. 1, 2, 1, 2. That any better? All right, just trying to keep an eye on things here. We're working on speakers. Know we've got 1 at least going. Hopefully we'll have a couple more here shortly. It's going to be a great day here at the 2025 Pirate Summer Nationals, Black Lake PNBRA, sponsoring club, Jim Codling and family, the ones that stepped up and really put the money up to do this, plus the rest of the crowdsourcing. I want to say thank you to everybody that's been part of this and working on everything. I will be back with you. Please enjoy the war canoes. They're running a short course. Inboards don't work so good on that, but it'll work fine for these folks, and we're glad they're here. And so we will continue to enjoy that. I will take leave of you for a minute. I will be back shortly.
system are stiff and fun.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to Super Flings laundry pads have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze brushes versus Gain Original Liquid. Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Our grandpa lost his tooth. Not a tooth. No, he lost a whole set of chickens to the point that a family search party was
comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2025 Pirate Summer Nationals, Inboard Nationals, Black Lake, beautiful Olympia, Washington. All right, first up, we've had our war canoes already. They will be back a little bit later. 2.5 mod, you should be in the water. SE, Sport C, J Hydro, CSH, that's C Stock Hydro. T-Boat, Cracker, 1 liter, Vintage, 1, AXR, C Mod Hydro, E350, Vintage, Heat 2, OSY 400, 2.5 Stock, and National Mod. As we talked about in the driver's meeting this morning, please help one another. We've got a crowded pit. We've got 1 crane. We are restricted. So please help one another in and out of the water with everything else that they need. And so we'll be right back with you. I got to help Mike Waters here for a minute with some speaker things, and I'll be back shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're on a bit of a hold right now, as we get a few things taken care of, I want to bring in our dear friend, Mike Waters' wife, Cheryl. I ask you to please rise as you're able. Remove your hats for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
You rocked it, dear. You rocked it. Cheryl Waters, thank you so much. Always a treat to have you here and do that. We are blessed with a couple of people here in the region that do our national anthem from time to time. Either that or it's canned national anthem, and this is far better. Thank you, dear. Appreciate it. All right. I think I'm ready. I hope you're ready. We got a lot of racing to get in today for our National Inboard Championship, Summer Nationals. Going to be a push. I know there's going to be some changes in schedule. We'll do the best we can. There's always logistic items that come up that cause problems. I'll screw up today, I guarantee it, and you'll find that out when we get to the outboards, big time. We'll do our very best. I'm blessed to be down here with the scorers, and most of those folks are outboarders first and foremost. They also do inboard. I know they're going to help a bit with some of the numbers and things like that, and that's appreciated because my old eyes don't always see them that clearly. Thank you for being here today. It's my pleasure to be here again this year. Last year I was here on Saturday and had car issues going home Saturday night and could not come back Sunday. And I know Jim Codling filled in and did a wonderful job, as he always has as an announcer, and we thank him for that. And like I say, we got a lot of racing to do today. We have a Russ Dodge world record surveyed course here, and we can set records in all of the inboard classes as long as we got to set records first, but we can set records. They can set outboard records, and we have set a lot of them here over the years. Vintage, I know they'd love to go out there and try and run records, but we don't do that in vintage. And as the guy that seems to be doing most of the work these days on them, please don't go and break the boats too many times. I've already got, the shop is full, and it's going to be full all winter after this year. And I know I've got a bunch of boats coming back. Worked on the last 5 I've done have been Shady Lady and 4 other Kelsons that I've been working on. So first time in my life I'd ever worked on any of Don's boats, and then all of a sudden I got a whole spate of them. But we're here today. We're going to have fun. We're going to do a lot of running. Tonight after we're done, anybody that set a record, they've got to go through tech to have everything verified. We're going to do tech, and then when that is done, approximately half an hour after that, we will have a barbecue. The Weymouth family is sponsoring that. Got all the food and beverage for the competitors. The officials, our rescue, everyone involved in that. We'll have a great time with awards and the barbecue. Then we'll get some rest, and tomorrow morning, bright and early again, we'll hit it hard. We've got records to hopefully set tomorrow. We will have our champions we crown this afternoon. Tomorrow, we'll race to finish the weekend, and after the show is done tomorrow and our teardown is completed, and I mean completed, which means getting everything to the trailers so that they can be loaded, we will have our awards for the weekend, the cumulative awards. And also at that time, our vintage participants will receive their awards. I've got to take a phone call. I'll be right back with you. Test, 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2.
All this tension growing strong is just a sign he's
scored or something like that. And your grandmother never mentioned during all those years, basketball. You know, funny thing, forgot to mention, 1921 National State Champion. Slipped my mind being old and all. No.
She did not, she mentioned it casually, but she didn't wasn't until I truly really pried the stories out of her. I knew she played. I saw her Hall of Fame trophy.
Of course.
And it was at her home. And my mother used to tell a story that when I was really little, I looked up at that trophy. I said, Mom, I'm going to get a trophy like that someday.
Right.
And my mom said, I bet you will. And I did.
I bet you did.
When we were talking, they did a news special, the Iowa Girls Athletic Union, and it was on Iowa Public Television, which is awesome. So great. And they also did a 6-on-6 special, right? So they were talking about the things. But the cool thing, my grandmother, she critiqued it. She said that it was much too physical and we showed way too much skin.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. She thought it was very risque.
Really? Your grandmother was like, in my day, we played in bloomers and we liked it. We showed no ankle. That's right. Let's talk about your coaching career. You spent 23 years as an assistant coach at Iowa before becoming head coach last year. And during that time, you coached the global phenomenon, Caitlin Clark. So what was that like?
You know, it was, I don't think we'll fully unpack it until, well, certainly I won't until I slow down, right? Because someone asked me, what was it like to coach Caitlin Clark? And I said, everything you think it was, in a matter of a minute, because she's passionate. She's, fun. She's feisty. She shoots it from the parking lot. She makes a dazzling pass. She challenges you. She's a jokester. And then as you're going through it, building a team, to me, that's the most beautiful thing.
Right.
And you know this on your show. You're the leading scorer.
Oh, I am definitely the Caitlin Clark of this organization. I'm so glad.
Yes,
I'm so glad.
Send you to the parking lot.
I'm so glad that somebody has finally noticed my central role.
I'm now your favorite
You
guest
really are.
you've ever had.
I think. Let's talk more about that. No, anyway, so go on, please.
Well, just the building the team and the culture. And I think that's why a lot of people have enjoyed watching Iowa women's basketball. Way back when we were at Drake, our staff was together at Drake, is what we believe is just really playing with joy, playing hard. And I believe the best thing in life is if you can get a team, I'd like to think if you can get a society to be celebrators of each other. That's the hardest thing,
right. So one of your jobs is to motivate a player who's struggling. That's part of the deal. So let's say as you have identified, the Caitlin Clark of this show. Let's say I'm not doing well. Let's say I'm just not playing to my astonishing potential.
Right.
How would you say to me, what would be your learned coach attack?
Well, for you particularly, I'd probably say, get your head out of your ass. For you.
Really?
But now, these lovely people over here, I would say, you know what, you got it. You can do it. I believe in you. You get over here.
Well, Coach Jensen, we are delighted to have you.
Well, I'm delighted to be here.
Speaking of games, we have invited you here to play a game that this time we're calling
Let's Go Courtin'.
You spend all your time in the basketball court, so we thought we'd ask you about the other kind of courting, finding a spouse. So We're going to ask you 3 questions about courting rituals from around the world. Get 2 right, you'll win a prize for one of our listeners. Bill, who is Coach Jensen playing for?
Matthew Codis of Des Moines, Iowa.
All right, ready to go? Here's your first question. In the Puritan communities in New England, back in the 1600s, courting couples would have to sit apart in a small room with a family member there to chaperone at all times. So, for privacy, these couples used what? A 6-foot-long speaking tube, which one person held to their ear while the other person talked into the other side. B, an elaborate code using only eye blinks and squinting. Or C, wooing leaves, which was a medicinal herb you would put in Grandma's tea so she'd fall asleep and you could talk freely.
Oh, gosh. Okay. I'm feeling maybe, are you feeling maybe 1? I'm feeling 1.
Yeah, it was the speaking tube.
Yes!
Yes.
Let's go!
Grandma would sit there. I'm beginning to get a sense of your style on the courtside, yeah. They'd sit there and they'd hold the tube and they'd speak.
A little help for my buddies.
Yeah, okay. All right, that was very good. Here's your second question. Pumpkins had a traditional role in courtship in medieval Ukraine. Okay. What was it? A, what was called love bowling. Women would roll a pumpkin down the largest hill in town, and the first man it knocked over would be her betrothed. B, if a woman turned down a marriage proposal, she would give their suitor a pumpkin as a kind of consolation prize. But everyone who saw him walking home with it would know he just got rejected. Or C, suitors wore pumpkins over their heads to the town dance to ensure that matches were not just about physical appearance.
Oh, golly.
Sort of a medieval Ukrainian version of
What was that again?
They're yelling B.
I like that.
That's correct. How did you know? That's right.
On my back, all of you.
The consolation pumpkin or the pumpkin of shame, this is true, men would only propose at night so they wouldn't be seen carrying the pumpkin home. Here's your last question. In 19th century rural Austria, available women presented men who they liked with a challenge to prove their worth. What was it? A, she would feed a ring to a particular sheep, and the man would have to first guess the sheep and then get the ring back. B, after a town dance, the woman would offer the man she fancied an apple slice that she had held in her armpit during the whole dance to see if he would eat it. Or C, she would write a particular tongue-twister love poem which the man was expected to recite after drinking 4 beers in 1 hour.
I think it's B, apple.
And it is B.
Yes! 3 for 3. Yes! I've been stressing about this the whole day. I like to win. 3 for 3. Let's go.
Bill, how did Coach Jensen do in our quiz?
What else? A perfect score.
It's all of you. Thank you.
Jan Jensen is the head coach of the Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball team. Coach Jan Jensen, thank you so much for being on My Wait, Don't Tell Me. Give it up for Coach Jensen. In just a minute, find out why your broccoli is out to get you in our Listener Limerick Challenge. Call 1-888-WAIT-WAIT to join us on the air. We will be back in a minute with more of Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me from NPR.
Support great music and thoughtful programming while building awareness of your business. Underwriting sponsorship on NWPB is an effective way to reach an appreciative audience. Find out how your business can get involved. Email info@nwpb.org.
It is 10:38, and you are listening to Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me here on NWPB. The Senate is about to vote on a proposal that would gut funding for local public media stations across the country. This will greatly disrupt programs and operations of NWPB. For just $1.60 per person each year, federal funding ensures NWPB delivers community-based services from emergency alerts to local programming and news. If funding vanishes, so could your access to these essential services. This station needs your support to help stop these cuts. While there's still time, take 2 minutes to call your senators, no matter what their affiliations are, and ask them to reject cuts to public broadcasting. Visit protectmypublicmedia.org to make the call.
Support for NPR comes from NPR Stations and Progressive Insurance, home of the Name Your Price tool, so drivers can see coverage options at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Raymond James, a firm focused on transforming lives, businesses, and communities through tailored wealth management, banking, and capital market solutions. Disclosures at RaymondJames.com. And Indeed, committed to giving job listings increased visibility with relevant candidates through its sponsored jobs feature. Learn more at Indeed.com/NPR. From NPR and WBEZ Chicago, this is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, the NPR News Quiz. I'm Bill Curtis. We are playing this week with Faith Seeley, Emmy Blotnick, and Hari Kondabolu. And here again is your host at the Des Moines Civic Center in Iowa, Peter Sagal.
Thank you, Bill. In just a minute.
Battery level is low.
Once
The
again,
aircraft
our
will go to go home.
staff has failed to finish writing the limericks. If you think you can come up with the last word, give us a call at 1-888-WAIT-WAIT. That's 1-888-924-8924. Right now, panel, some more questions for you from the week's news. Faith, this week a judge in Canada awarded damages to a couple who said that a local furniture store had caused them intense by not warning them that their new couch would require constant what?
Sitting on?
No.
Reupholstery?
No.
Can I have a hint?
Sure. You got to take it home and start smacking those pillows immediately.
Fluffing.
Fluffing, yes. Constant fluffing. They were not warned.
Go home.
On the one hand, it's hard to imagine suing over this. On the other hand, it was a huge day for the lawyer who would put up the 1-800-FLUFF law.
Somebody called J.D. Vance.
Exactly. Whoa. We volunteer.
Did you guys forget he was into that?
Yeah. The couple said that no one at their furniture store warned them that their couch would require what the manufacturer describes as, quote, frequent fluffing and rotating. How frequent was the fluffing required?
Like adult filmmaking.
I know. I mean, how
No
frequent do you have to
battery
fluff the couch? Was it like, oh, excuse me, could we get the check? I have to be home by 9 to fluff the couch or it explodes.
My couch is out of my Viagra again.
The judge sided with the couple because the furniture store admitted that this couple had come in specifically asking for something, quote, solid and not floppy. The judge did reduce the damages the store had to pay a bit for the pain and suffering of having to hear the phrase solid and not floppy.
Go to rockhardcouches.com. Enter the promo code JD Vance.
Moving on. Hari, according to a trend on TikTok, the hot new place that women are looking for men is where?
Men's bathrooms.
No. I'll give you a hint. It's the #1 place to bag a husband wearing a tool belt.
Oh, hardware store.
Well, specifically the biggest one.
Do you think I go to hardware stores? I live in Brooklyn, New York. I listen to NPR. I'm hiring somebody. I'm getting somebody to fix whatever it is has to be fixed.
I'll give it to you specifically the Home Depot.
Home Depot.
Yes. Women are saying, if you want to find a man, go to Home Depot. That's where the real men are. There's a problem, though, with this theory. In the entire history of the world, going back to the creation of the universe, nobody has ever found anybody to answer a question they have at the Home Depot.
God, I gotta learn about tools to find a partner? This sucks.
No, you could just wander into Hobby Lobby and find yourself a nice trad wife.
Yeah. Emmy, you've probably heard about the trend of oversized fashion. That's when the clothing manufacturers keep the size label the same, but they're actually making the clothing bigger.
Why would you think I'm familiar with this? For a particular reason?
Well, perhaps you were one of those women who, because of this trend, clothes becoming bigger, are having to shop for their own clothes where?
Is it like in the children's section?
It is in the children's section, yes. This is great news for petite women who love the movie Frozen. No one's checking IDs over in the kids department. The clothes fit, but according to one shopper, there is, quote, so much glitter.
There were definitely a lot of items from the Wicked promotional tour that were not made in adult sizes.
It's absolutely true. And it is a little less charming to wear a shirt bragging about how good a daughter you are when you're 43. One woman in kids' clothing mentioned that she likes going to parties knowing nobody would be wearing the same outfit. And then tragically, she was invited to an 8-year-old's birthday party. Coming up, it's Lightning Fill in the Blank, but first it's the game where you have to listen for the rhyme. If you'd like to play on air, call or leave a message at 1-888-WAIT-WAIT. That's 1-888-924-8924. You can see us most weeks back at the Studebaker Theater in Chicago, or come see us on the road. We'll be at Tanglewood in Western Massachusetts on August 28th. Tickets and information are at nprpresents.org. You can check out our TikTok as well if you're thinking, whoa, how can that not be totally cringe? Please keep in mind, I have nothing to do with it. Find us there at WaitWaitNPR. Hi, you're on Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me.
Hi, Peter. This is Molly from St. Louis, Missouri.
Well, hey, nice to hear from you, Molly. We're going to be in St. Louis in the fall. I'm looking forward to coming back. What do you do there?
Well, when I'm not chasing my toddler around the zoo, I manage a dental practice.
Right. That's nice. How did you convince the zoo to keep your toddler?
Oh, he's very good.
He's very good? He's a good toddler?
He's a great toddler.
Yeah. Is he polite? Does he do what you ask him to do?
Well, he's a toddler.
Oh, okay. We'll just leave it there. All right, well, welcome to the show, Molly. Bill Curtis is going to read you 3 news-related limericks with a last word or phrase missing from each. If you can fill in that last word or phrase correctly into the limericks, you'll be a big winner. You ready to go?
Let's do it.
All right, here is your first limerick.
When service returns become spotty, some Wimbledon players act naughty. Cross their legs, cry, oh no, and then I've got to go, and then waste extra time in the...
potty.
Yes.
Yeah.
Players at Wimbledon are not allowed to delay the game, but there is an exception. They are allowed to take bathroom breaks. So instead of a timeout, just tell the official you need a little wee, or if it's really important, say, hey, this game is headed for a different kind of deuce. Now, the reason this is important is because many players in elite tennis have been accused by their opponents of using strategically timed bathroom breaks to throw them off their rhythm or just change the momentum of the match, right? So if the umpire objects, because this is the 5th bathroom break they've asked for, they can say, all right, fine, I'll risk it, but remember, I am wearing all white. All right, here is your next limerick.
My enamel's a thin, worn-out sheath. No more broccoli. Bring on the beef. Greens might keep me fit, but they have too much grit. All those veggies are harming my...
Teeth.
Yes, teeth. After years of research and hundreds of studies, scientists finally found the proof that eating vegetables is bad for you. Fresh vegetables can degrade your teeth, according to a study just published in the Journal of Things Kids Want to Be True. But a real study found that microscopic bits of silica from the earth found in plants can cause mineral loss in your tooth enamel. And also, to quote one of the 6-year-old scientists behind the study, vegetables are too squishy.
But what are you supposed to eat?
That's a good question.
Just chew on those microplastics.
Yeah. All right, here is your last limerick.
Jeffrey D. almost seems plain vanilla. Baby Zodiac's more of a thriller. Shows with true crime made the creep quotient climb. My kid's named like a cereal.
Killer.
Yeah, according to the Mirror tabloid, there's been a rise in British families naming their babies after criminals and killers from true crime documentaries.
Oh, gee.
What? No, the theory is people are like, oh, Rose. You know, Rose is a lovely name. Oh, where did I hear it? Oh, yeah, that Netflix show about the woman who murdered all those people. I happen to have a son named Ted. And yes, he's named after Ted Bundy, but Bundy was he had a lot of other qualities.
I always assumed it was Kaczynski, but I know you're more of a murder family.
Yeah, sure. Bill, how did Molly do in our quiz?
We have a smart bunch of people. That's perfect.
Well done, Molly.
3 in a row.
Thank you.
Say my name, no one is around you. Say, baby, I love you. You ain't running game. Say my name. You acting kind of shady.
Now on to the final game, Lightning Fill in the Blank. Each of our players will have 60 seconds in which to answer as many fill in the blank questions as they can. Each correct answer now worth 2 points. Bill, can you give us the scores?
Faith has 3. Hari and Emmy each have 2.
Okay. That means Hari and Emmy are tied for second, and I'm going to arbitrarily choose Emmy to go first. So here we go. The clock will start when I begin your first question. Fill in the blank. On Thursday, emergency workers said they were still looking for over 160 missing people following the flooding in blank.
Texas.
Right. According to new data from the CDC, U.S. blank cases have hit a 33-year high.
Measles.
Right. This week, Russia launched its largest aerial assault on blank.
Ukraine.
Right. After being freed from ICE detention, Mahmoud Khalil filed a $20 million lawsuit against blank.
The government.
Yeah, the Trump administration. For at least the second time, police in Wisconsin doing a routine traffic stop found a bag full of drugs labeled blank.
Cheese curds.
No, it was labeled... The bag full of drugs was labeled, quote, definitely not a bag full of drugs. On Thursday, video game actors agreed to a new contract ending an 11-month-long blank.
Strike.
Right. On Wednesday, a 70-million-year-old blank was discovered under Denver's Museum of Nature and Science.
Fossil?
Yeah, dinosaur fossil. This week, a man in Switzerland who got trapped while hiking on a glacier credits blank with saving his life.
A DJ?
I'm just pausing to think how that would work.
Don't think about how it would work.
Just say, no. He credits his chihuahua with saving his life. A man went hiking on a glacier with his little chihuahua and fell into a steep crevasse where he got trapped. And when rescuers came searching for him, they say they never would have found him except for the tiny little brown thing yapping at the crevasse's edge. When asked why he took a chihuahua hiking on a glacier, the man said they were out of air horns and emergency whistles, so he bought the next best thing. Bill, how did Emmy do in our quiz?
6 right, 12 more points, total of 14. Good for the lead.
Very well done. All right. Hari, you are up next. Please fill in the blank. On Wednesday, it was revealed that the FBI was investigating former Director Blank for potentially making false statements to Congress.
Comey.
Right. This week, an imposter used AI to contact foreign officials posing as Secretary of State Blank.
Marco Rubio.
Right. This week, President Trump threatened Brazil with a 50% blank if they did not end their prosecution of Jair Bolsonaro.
Tariff.
Right. According to the Labor Department, the blank rate for black Americans rose to its highest level in 3 years.
Unemployment.
Right. To make the visitor experience more pleasant, London's Heathrow Airport said they would begin piping in the sounds of blank at their airport.
Polka.
No, quote, the sounds of an airport. On Wednesday, a judge blocked a Biden-era law, which would make it easier to cancel online blanks.
Subscriptions.
Right. On Tuesday, doctors warned that the trend of taping your blank shut while you sleep poses major health risks.
Mouth.
Right. This week, a man in the UK was arrested when police caught him selling drugs at blank.
Preschool.
At his sentencing hearing for selling drugs. According to police, the man was caught selling pills and weed to another defendant while they both awaited their sentencing hearings. After being caught doing that, the man pleaded guilty to those charges because what are you going to do, sentence me twice? Oh, you are? Damn it. how did Hari do in our quiz?
Well, he has a total of 14, which means he's tied with Emmy.
Well done.
Hey there.
All right, how many then does Faith need to win the game?
6 to win.
All right, Faith, this is for the game. Here we go. On Thursday, a judge once again blocked President Trump's attempts to end blank.
Birthright citizenship.
Right. On Thursday, famous baby hippo blank celebrated its first birthday.
Oh, me dang?
Close enough, Moodang. This week, several families in North Carolina complained when they learned a classic car show would be held at blank.
A school gymnasium.
At the local cemetery on Thursday. Italian chocolate company Ferrero bought breakfast cereal giant blank for $3.1 billion.
Kellogg.
Yes. On Wednesday, Netflix announced that the 10th season of its reboot of makeover show blank would be the last.
Queer Eye.
Right. This week, researchers discovered a new trend among chimpanzees in Zambia. They're all starting to blank.
Oh, they wear pieces of grass in their ears.
They do, in their ears and also between their butt cheeks. Researchers are calling it butt grass, and it's exactly what it sounds like. It doesn't have anything to do with health or hygiene. Chimps just like putting grass in their butts for fun. Wow, chimpanzees really are just like us, aren't they? Bill, did Faith do well enough to win?
I'm so close. 5 right, 10 more points. Total of 13 means Hari and Emmy are the winners this week.
How will you split the prize money?
In our butt cheeks?
Good choice. In just a minute, we're going to ask our panelists to predict, now that we can leave our shoes on, what would be the next thing we will be allowed to do at the airport. But first, let me tell you all that support for NPR comes from NPR stations, and Subaru, the new Forester Hybrid, offers symmetrical all-wheel drive and up to 581 miles per tank, part of the new Forester Hybrid family of SUVs. More at Subaru.com/Forester Hybrid. BritBox presenting Outrageous, a new BritBox original drama based on the scandalous true story of England's infamous Mitford sisters. Streaming this and more original series at BritBox.com. And Workday. Workday is an HR and finance platform for forward thinkers dedicated to propelling organizations, workforces, and industries into the future. Workday, moving business forever forward. Wait, Don't Tell Me is a production of NPR and WBEZ Chicago in association with Urgent Haircut Productions, Doug Berman, Benevolent Overlord, Philip Goedeke writes our limericks, our public address announcer is Paul Friedman, our tour manager is Shayna Donald, BJ Liederman composed our theme. Our program is produced by Jennifer Mills, Miles Burnboss, and Lillian King. Special thanks to Vinnie Thomas and Monica Hickey. Peter Gwynn is the winner in our straw poll. Emma Choi is our vibe curator. Technical direction is from Lorna White. Our CFO is Colin Miller. Our production manager is Robert Newhouse. Our senior producer is Ian Chillog. And the executive producer of Wait, Don't Tell Me is Mike Danforth. Now, panel, what will we be finally allowed to do at the airport next? Emmy Block.
Fly with explosives.
Hari Kondabolu.
Use your Costco card as a valid form of identification.
And Faith Saley.
Check your child in the overhead compartment.
And if any of that happens, panel, we'll ask you about it on Wait, Don't Tell Me.
Thank you, Bill Curtis. Thanks also to Emmy Blotnick, Hari Kondabolu, and Faith Saley. Thanks to the staff and crew at the Des Moines Civic Center. Special thanks to Andrea Hansen and everyone at Iowa Public Radio. And thanks to our fabulous audience here in Des Moines. And thanks to all of you for listening wherever you might be this week. I'm Peter Sagal. We'll see you next week. This is NPR.
It is just about 11, and you are listening to the news service of Northwest Public Broadcasting. Across the state, we are looking at sunny weather today. West of the Cascades should see highs in the mid-70s to low 80s, while east of the Cascades should see high temperatures in the 90s. A heat advisory will remain in effect for much of central and eastern Washington until 8 p.m. today. Fire NPR crews at several large fires across Washington are asking drivers to stay away from the spots where they're working. Officials are asking people to not go around barriers. Emergency crews need to use these roads to fight the fires. Some roads are the only way in or out for firefighters, and if you've decided not to evacuate, officials ask you to stay off the roads that are closed.
This is Northwest Public Broadcasting, your NPR news service. KSWS 88.9 Chehalis. Also heard in Longview, Kelso on translator K248CN 97.5 Ariel. Northwest Public Broadcasting is a community service of the Edward R. Murrow College of Communication at Washington State University.
How would you describe the discourse around sexiness online in 3 words or less?
I would say unrooted from reality.
I was going to say something similar. Contradictory, enjoyably obscene.
I just thought corny, not horny. I'm Brittany Luce, and this week on It's Been a Minute, I've definitely seen a lot of conversation around Sabrina Carpenter's new sexy album cover, for example. And it seems like this kind of conversation skews young. Why are Gen Zers arguing about sexiness online? And why are they also having less sex themselves?
And I'm Rachel Martin. Later on Wild Card, former First Lady Michelle Obama says she is finally in control of her life.
I don't know if my ambition has ever fully been able to actualize itself. I think I'm now at a stage in my life where all my choices are mine.
After these headlines.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Nora Rahm. President Trump has sent a new round of letters imposing tariffs on U.S. trading partners. As NPR's Tamara Keith reports, this time it's Mexico and the European Union getting tariff threats.
Trump says he intends to hit both Mexico and the European Union with a 30% tariff rate starting August 1st. In the case of Mexico, he cites the country's inability to halt the flow of fentanyl into the U.S. In the EU letter, Trump blames long-term, large, and persistent trade deficits engendered by tariff and non-tariff policies and trade barriers. As with all the 24 or so letters Trump has sent this month, he threatened Mexico and the EU with even higher tariffs if they respond with higher import levies of their own. Initially, Trump said he was trying to secure new, more favorable trade deals. Now, he says these letters are the deals. Tamara Keith, NPR News.
The search for people missing since the 4th of July flood in central Texas is now in its second week. Officials estimate more than 170 people are still unaccounted for. They say at least 120 people are confirmed dead. Greg Froelich is on a search team there and describes what he sees.
A lot of kids' clothing. So, you're walking by it and it's like, you try to think about, try to backtrack where that piece of clothing came from and you know where it came from. The kids can't.
And more rain is expected in the region. The National Weather Service issued a flood watch through tomorrow evening. South Sudan has accepted 8 third-country deportees from the U.S. Rwanda says it's in talks on a similar deal. Nigeria says the U.S. is pressuring other African countries to do the same. This follows a meeting this week at the White House between President Trump and 5 West African leaders. NPR's Emmanuel Akinwotu reports.
Nigeria's Foreign Minister Yusuf Tugar told local media that Nigeria would not become a, quote, dumping ground for migrants deported from the U.S. He said Nigeria and other African countries have been subjected to pressure from U.S. officials to take Venezuelan deportees, some directly from U.S. prisons, which he rebuffed, saying, "We have enough problems of our own." President Trump hosted leaders from African countries this week. It was followed by reports of U.S. demands as part of a crackdown on illegal immigration, which the U.S. has not commented on. Emmanuel Akinwotu, NPR News, Lagos.
Local officials in the occupied West Bank say Israeli settlers beat to death a U.S. citizen last night. He was identified as a 21-year-old man who was born in Florida and had been visiting family in the West Bank. A U.S. Embassy spokesperson confirmed the death. According to the Israeli military, a confrontation had broken out in the village between Palestinians and Israelis. This is NPR News. Russia launched another major attack against Ukraine overnight with hundreds of drones and missiles. Ukrainian officials say at least 2 people were killed in the western part of the country. Russia has been stepping up its long-range attacks on Ukrainian cities. Hundreds of Alaska residents wade into the mouth of the Kenai River each July to catch salmon with large nets. The subsistence tradition, known as dip netting, is a way for locals to eat through the winter. Hunter Morrison with member station KDLL stopped by the river for opening day.
I'm not filleting, I'm just gutting.
Anchorage's Zane Giles stands on a beach as he slices open a sockeye he caught just minutes before. Giles has dip netted on the Kenai River for more than a decade. He likes that it uses a long-handled net instead of a rod and reel, but he enjoys the camaraderie among dip netters most.
We're all going for the same thing. We're trying to feed our family and be out here in nature and enjoy the fishing. It's a really good place.
The fishery is an important subsistence resource. Alaskans are allowed 25 salmon per permit holder. For dip netters like Giles, that
Take
amount
off.
should last until
The
next
home
summer.
point has
For
been
NPR
updated.
News, I'm
Please
Hunter
check it on
Morrison
the
in
app.
Kenai, Alaska.
If you're in Manhattan tonight around 8, you might catch a glimpse of a seemingly perfect sunset.
Landing.
It's a solar phenomenon when the sun aligns with the city grid and appears to fall between the buildings at certain intersections. Astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson has named the occurrence Manhattan Henge. I'm Nora Rahm, NPR News in Washington.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. RWJF is a national philanthropy working toward a future where health is no longer a privilege but a right. Learn more at rwjf.org.
It is 11:06 and you are listening to NWPB. This weekend, today and tomorrow, July 12th and 13th, the Maidenbauer Center in Bellevue will host Japan Fair, a free 2-day festival featuring traditional and modern Japanese art, food, culture, and music. Find information on this and more community events at nwpb.org on the community calendar.
Through the weekend.
Guess what they're doing, and not all of the boats. There's a few that have GPS, and one of them has to be the Ombre, and we're watching that. But a little over 100, 110, between 110 and 120. A boat that will run easily at 140 miles an hour in a competition setting. Others here that we will have, and not today, but we've got a couple of boats in the region that could run up over 150 miles an hour for short spurt in vintage. You won't see that. You'll see them run upwards of maybe 120, 125 at some point. We have a number of those boats coming along in the next year and later this year. But we have some extremely qualified people driving those boats, and I can tell you as former vice chairman, region rep, if I see somebody stepping out of line, we've got everybody's in place to do this. First and foremost would be my son and the referees. Aaron is the region rep. Also Sean Wilson here as the chairman of the committee. But I guarantee you, Pops here is going to be right at the front of the line talking to somebody. And I've done that over the last year. People that I don't feel are qualified to run as fast as they tried. And I made it very clear. We don't do that. That's what you're about. Go get in a race boat and go race. All right. J Hydro. All right. Five, 3, 2, 1, mark. J Hydro, green flag on the course. Now you can hear them. And I'm sure they'll be coming from both sides of the lake here. Some from the east side, some from the west. Should see Asher Kelly here momentarily. We'll give you a rundown right now. 107R, Colby Wyatt, Black Diamond. 37R, Whitmer Bowden, Fallsbow. 5R, McGregor Mason. Kelly, excuse me, Mason McGregor. Phew. Okay, we'll try that again. Asher Kelly, 47R. John Manka, the 322R. I don't think we've got the Cassidy kid. All right, we have three that aren't here. The Burke, or excuse me, the Burke. The Cassidys are not here. 25R, Ryder Burks, and X, Sawyer Moen. I'll do a quick count here as soon as I can see everybody. Got 2. All right, 1 minute. 1 minute. And you will notice one of the big differences here between outboards and inboards. Inboard, you can only cut the course from the back, from the exit pin to the entrance pin at either end of the straightaway, come across and re-enter the course on the front stretch without impeding anyone. If you impede, then you will be penalized. Outboards, it's pretty much Katie bar the door. No harm, no foul. They get very close at times, but it's also what makes for some great racing. We're just under 15 seconds. We're down to 10. 4, 3, 2. Well, the nice thing about this, it's really easy on the referee because they're legal. Way legal. They're at least 10 seconds behind there, and that's okay. Everybody's coming together pretty much. And one of the things for everybody on shore here, these guys are running, they're little bitty boats. They're a little over 8 foot long. Small Evinrude Mercury engines on them, and as you watch, you'll see both out there. There might even be some cowlings that say Mariner on them, I'm not sure. I spent my time in OPC, which is an outboard-based class, outboard performance craft. We did have inboards that ran in that with IO units, but predominantly I've spent my life with the inboard side and unlimited back in the day with Fred Leland and that group, but definitely hard to see numbers here. And I know the ladies up here are, I don't know how you do it. All right, and thank goodness we got Finley with us this weekend. As they said, young eyes, and it does help a lot. That's why I was really hoping Kay was going to be here today, like I'd heard, because she knows the boat. She calls them all the time. But that's fine. We'll do our best, and I will defer a lot of this until after our heat as far as telling you exactly where everybody is. But what I started to go for a minute ago, when these young folks, and we've got boys and girls that do this, and this is where our drivers start out. This is our future. Without question, this is our future. These are the folks that will step up over time, run faster outboard classes, could step into inboards, and as some have done, like Mr. Chip Hanauer and many, many others, J. Michael Kelly's another one, they ran outboards. That's where they cut their teeth. One of the things about outboards, everything is so close. The boat weight, you have to have a minimum weight, and they cut it so close that you don't fool around with it. You make weight or else. But you have to make a good start. You're not going to win most of the time if you don't. So you have to hone your skills. That is learning how to read the clock, to know where to start, how to start, which means making a timing run most of the time. And that's not an issue here with these folks. It's not happening, and you can see that because if they were trying to set a record, they have to be there when it goes to zero. Because if you're late, the clock has already started, and so you're going to lose that much time. But if you do those things, that helps you in every stage of what you do. Even once you get on up, if you run into inboards and capsule type boats or into unlimiteds, they have a radio person. They're working with them out there, and depending on the driver, they're telling them what they want to, whatever it is. They may want a lot of information. They may want to know, tell me the laps, tell me where somebody is, if there's somebody on my hip, if I have overlap, minor things. They don't want any more than that. Some just want you there if there's an issue that comes up, an accident, so that they can be notified. But you cut your teeth in this kind of boat for the most part. Well, we got 7. We would have had 10 if Cassidy's were here. And back a number of years ago, we would have been surprised if there wasn't a dozen or more. Remember going to the Green Lake Nationals in, I want to say, 1959. Yeah, and you can do the math. I was not that young a kid then. I was young, but not that young. Watching these boats then, stock nationals, they were bringing as many as 14 and 15 down to the start-finish line in every class. Absolutely phenomenal. And like I say, that's where you cut your teeth. You learn how to drive these, how to make starts. You then use that as a stepping stool to move into the other things. Not everybody does that. Some step right into inboard, and they're good at it. Others don't. Others don't have that ability to do that. But I can tell you, from watching it, experiencing all of this, the younger you start, the better. And the better you'll be at it if you have that talent. Some of us don't, and I freely admit that I don't. I know the folks that are sitting over here to my left in the yard next door are probably going, yep, you said that last year, and I will again. I knew the first weekend I raced in OPC, I wasn't cut out to be the guy out front. I ran about 4 or 5 years. I had a ball doing it. I was able to do okay nationally, as high as 3rd, but that wasn't my strong suit. I was better in a boat shop, better in leadership positions, and even running my mouth on a microphone. So I've been blessed to do this for a long time, in excess of 70 years being a fan of this sport. Outboards, inboards, unlimiteds, it doesn't matter. Run it on water, it's fast, it's competitive, it's a joy to watch. Basically, what you've seen is not uncommon. A lot of pairings will set up, and a lot of that has to do with driver ability, boat speed, and how you start. If you made a start all together, you may be able to stay together if you're competitive in that way. A lot of times they're not. You'll have somebody that falls back, and a couple will take off, but they normally end up pairing up. And you'll see that in vintage as well, because we've got, at times, different classes of boats running together, so speed differentials are different. Handling capabilities are different. You don't run conventionals nearly as fast in a turn as you do a cab over, because they don't turn that well unless you got a ladder back, and then you still got to work at it. But these young folks coming down for their next flag, they have a white flag up right now. All right, checkered coming up. End of heat 1. And I will confirm here after this heat where we are as far as who's where as soon as our scorers have been able to do that. All right, first two across the line. Five across. Number 6 coming right now. And 7. All right. As they finish and get checkered, the black flag comes out, which means return to the pit at a reduced speed.
Go home.
Carefully. I will take a break for just a moment. I'm going to go get some sunscreen and get some more of that on. I will be back momentarily, and we will continue on with a 2025 Pirate Summer Nationals from Black Lake.
Landing.
All right, Sport C, 4-minute gun. Flag, sorry. That's the problem with being around this as long as I have, because it used to be a gun. Absolutely beautiful day here, Olympia, Washington on Black Lake. Sport C. On the inside, Will Huff in a 560. On the outside, Kayla Huff in a 991. Got the 86 and the 697. I've got to check a name here real quick. I'll be right back.
Takeoff. The home point has been updated. Please check on the map.
All right, down under 1 minute here. Actually thought we were going to run with 4, but we've got 5. That's always a blessing. More is better. All right. Kayla Huff, 991. Will Huff in the 560. Dad chasing down his daughter right now. Mark Mead in the 845. Should be Gerald in the 697. And the 86 is a new participant. I think we had him at Chelan to start the season. I got to double check on that again. These folks they're blessed because they run both with the outboards and the inboards. Oh, there goes Will Huff past daughter Kayla. Boy, Kayla's got the nose up on that thing right now. Gotta have to really be careful going up the backstretch over there on the east side of the lake. You're running directly into that wind, and these boats they're short. They're in about a 13.5 foot. You see how Kayla picked up distance there as she came through the turn. That's because she doesn't have to drive as far. Well, if Kayla wins it, she's going to have earned it. Dad, one of the most proficient drivers we have in OPC in this class. Will's also run the F1 and F150s. Used to run his own rig at Seafair and throughout Region 10. Mr. Mead coming by here. You see how beautifully trimmed that boat is. No bobble at all. That's nice balance there. As I started to say, they're short. Not very long at all. They don't weigh anything. I mean, you pull the engine and fuel tank out of there, you can pretty much pick it up by yourself. Other than that, it's cumbersome. There's just no weight to them. 40 horse Tohatsu engine, factory stock. There is nothing done. They put a racing propeller on a standard gear case. They put a real tall motor plate in the back, but it has power trim. It goes in and out. And that's why you see the nose up or down, depending on what they're doing. Okay, well, Will Huff just passed his daughter again. We'll see how this goes. See if he can stay out front. Will, the reigning national high point. I think Kayla was second last year. Gary Hansen, owner of the 560. And if you watch boat racing in the Northwest a number of years ago, you saw Will go on his head real good at Seafair, making a right-hand dog leg turn that they had set up in the OPC course, and did a pretty good job on the boat. I don't think that may be fixed now. I don't know that it ever got completely fixed the way it should have been. But Will's no longer the owner of that boat. The 697. You see the lead that Will has opened up. So he was either playing or he just really hadn't got himself set up yet, ready to go. These two they're a lot of fun to watch. They're both good racers. Kayla started out in the old, I think it's the 999 boat. She has the 991 now, a boat that was owned for a long time by Mike White out of Burlington, Washington. Mike ran for a number of years and was a high point many times and made a decision it was time to get out. Mike's about my age, and he said, you know, it's time. And Kayla bought the boat and done very well with it. I actually had the opportunity to call her first race win, as I remember at Manson a number of years ago. She was the only legal starter. Everybody else was a little jumpy that day, and she was one happy camper to pull that off. Yeah, you want to beat them fair and square, but you know what? If you don't play by the rules, you're not gonna be in the competition. And as it turned out, they took care of that real quick. All right, 697. Should be coming down for the white flag. For Pops here, Will Huff or Wilbur. Nice run for that young man. Beautifully prepared, runs very well. Steve Waldy used to be the owner of that boat. And Steve and Mike White used to go at it tooth and nail. One would win one heat, one would win the next. And Steve was one of those tinkerers. He liked to play with propellers, and he was always trying to find a better combination. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But those two boats were head-to-head all the time. And like I say, sometimes Steve would win, sometimes Mike would win. Nice wave from Mr. Meade as he goes by. That is one of the beauties of an open capsule, open cockpit boat. As you can see the drivers, it's not as common in your capsule boat. It's hard to see a driver under a lid like that. One of the advantages of being in an open boat is that the folks on the shore can see you. The drawback is they're not as safe. And in the interest of safety, APBA made the decision and mandate many years ago that most classes that will have capsules. At first it was reinforced cockpit. They ran roll bars or roll cages. They still have roll cages in Jersey Speed Skiff because you can't put a capsule in it.
Return to home.
And those help a lot if you
Go
have
home.
an interaction with another boat. Somebody comes up behind you, they can't go through you or over the top of you. All right, everybody collecting a finish except the 86, and they headed to the pit early. Gerald coming back around one more time. There are days and there are days. Didn't get the flag up in time last time around for Gerald. Now we got checkered and the black. He will proceed back to the pits. Gerald, a new racer. I think he came on the scene last year as a driver. He'd been involved, but he hadn't been a driver at that point. But he got a boat. Now he's out there running, having a ball. And Gerald's one of those guys. He's probably not ever going to be a front runner, but he's happy. And you know, it's, as I've said, and I hear from other people when I talk at different times, this is about family. You may not win, but you're still family. Oh no, we got the flare gun loaded, so look out. We're ready. We're ready for anything now. Just remember, we got drones up there too. But it is family. First and foremost, it's about family. And you got racers that go out there, and in automobile racing, they'll talk about rubbing fenders. We're not rubbing fenders here. They touch once in a while. Not a good idea because it can cause catastrophic results. But they go tooth and nail at it and do everything they can to win. You know, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag on the course. I can hear outboards. Should be C stock. Well, it says C stock hydro here, but that's nope, they are hydros. It should be C stock hydro. I thought I saw a runabout there for a second. Trying to find my sheet on.
Take off. The home point has been updated. Please check it on the map.
Stock. As you can see, they're definitely faster than the J Hydros. These are advanced drivers. Bigger engines on them. Should be very, very competitive. 20R Kyle Ball, 721 Jim Tryon, R28 or 28R, excuse me, J Michael Kelly, 124R Trey Marquardt, 166R Jeff Userno, R15 Ryan Gowan, 711C Ismail Nunez, and 30R would be Trey Diamond, although I see a boat turning and like heading back to the pits over there. All right, should be a good start. All right, hearing from the referee that it is a clean start. Five boats. One boat on the back stretch that just slowed up a whole bunch and everybody passing. One of the things I didn't tell you about earlier with the J boats is they draw for propellers. They do not own their own propellers. APVA and the region own them. The J Commission. And it's a crapshoot on propellers for them. You don't know what propeller you're going to get. And when you get done at the end of the day, you've got to turn that propeller in. And obviously we got an issue here with the last boat here. Well, you can see the speed differential between these boats and the J Hydros. That looks to be Kyle. I think that's Ryan Gowan, to be honest. I can tell you the thought of being out there kneeling down like that, getting pounded around, is not appealing for me. I don't know if I ever would have been good in outboards, but I definitely know now at my age and the way my body feels a lot of times that would not be a good ploy. It's like we're playing with carburation on that. White flag, one more to go. one of the things that we're missing right now, and it's unfortunate, new folks and boats. It was a program that CL Outboard did for a number of years out at Silver Lake and Eatonville, and bring in new people, sign them up, they get trained, they actually go to class, learn about the boats. They get fitted with the proper race attire, life jacket, driving suit, helmet, and they get to go out and make some laps in these boats. Very instrumental in getting new people involved. Also, the Hydroplane and Race Boat Museum, heavily involved with a build program that they had, and a number of major names in boat building had helped over the years. Both the late Don Kelson and Ed Carrollson, both passed here some time ago, were involved early on with designing and putting together boats, and at that time when Don had his shop down in South Park, they also built some there. So was a great, both of these programs are very instrumental in bringing us new folks into this sport, new drivers, because normally you'd have at least a few that would go out and try it and say, I want one of these, and there were almost always boats available, and if they weren't right then, they were shortly thereafter. I'm going to walk over real quick and check our finish on that, and I will be right back.
Landing. All right, well, J. Michael Kelly, your winner on that. He had the lap speed to set a record, but because he was not quite there at the start, which is J. Michael's normally a little closer than that, they were unable to set a record. So they'll have another opportunity later today and again tomorrow. So that's a nice thing with this. We got a world record course here set up by Mr. Russ Dodge, and can't thank him and Carol enough for all that goes into that, because it's a bunch. He was here, I think, first thing, 8 o'clock yesterday morning that they were here to start setting up the course, doing the survey. And that's one of the things that why we put a pretty good bounty on buoys, and if we damage one and people complain at times about price, it's not, especially here on a world record course, it's not just the buoy. You normally lose the bottle that it's hooked to, the milk jug plus the rope. Sometimes we lose anchors because of it. And then we have to go out, we have to replace all of that, so you got the cost in that, plus you got the downtime, plus Russ has to certify that once it's put back, it is where it was originally. That is how the course is surveyed and certified for those world records. And Russ is probably, I'm just going to say it, it's not probably, he is the best in the business. He has established courses all over the country, and people are always surprised when they come to the Pacific Northwest, if they have not run on one of his courses, just how good they are. Sometimes you don't have a lot of options. If you watch Madison last week, you know that the course is not real ideal. The turns are too narrow. You know, you look at Seattle and Tri-Cities, you're much wider. Seattle, they've got huge turns, which allows them to be very fast there when the water conditions are right. It's like San Diego. San Diego is a wonderful place to run because it's salt water. Anytime you have salt water, you get better bite. The boats float a little
Take
bit
off.
there,
The home point has been updated. Please check it on the map.
It's a totally different feel. You feel the boat a whole lot more when if it pounds or it slaps down on the water, because it's denser with the salt content. Little things like that. You can run different propellers, gears, things like that. Sometimes you have to run them on salt water. And with the issue of turbines over the years, there was a learning curve on how to keep the salt out of the turbine. And they've gotten pretty good at it. It's not a perfect science, but they've gotten a lot better in all of that over the years. I know originally when the turbines came out, if they saw salt water, they normally stopped. It was reminded me of going to Green Lake when I was a kid to watch the 7 liters. You'd show up, there'd be 6 or 7 would start, and by the time you got finished with the first lap, you were lucky if there was 3 or 4 left, and by the time you got done, if you had 1 or 2 left, you were really fortunate. The Unlimiteds were no different with the turbine issues over the years. They've made light year strides, and they will get better as they continue on. And one of the things you wonder about is, what does the future hold for Unlimiteds? How long will they be turbines? Here comes your countdown. All right, green flag on the course. That should be T-boats. Well, that's not sounding so good right there. All right, let me just run down real quick here. T8, Titan Door, J. Michael Kelly, Bonnie Lake, your owner. Carson Kelly, the driver. The T, 888, Rob Johnson, Tacoma, Washington. The T333WFO Motorsports, Cannon Cushing, Pasco, Washington. And a T3 JJW, that is Justin Weymouth family. Justin, owner there, or excuse me, Jeff Bernard, owner. Haley Scarborough, your driver. Haley out of Duval, Washington, Jeff out of Kent. JJW, your sponsor. Weymouth Family Racing. Well, and as you can see, we're doing park and start. Seconds. See Haley step outside. Now we got one boat down on the back chute. Right now that looks like probably Rob Johnson over there. Carson Kelly. Haley Scarborough. And I think Rob Johnson on the outside. All right, one of four did not make our start, and it appears to be out of the way at this point. Come around the corner down there. Looks like Haley on the outside, Carson on the inside. Got a good run up front there. Haley outside, holding up the boat speed. Just enough faster than Carson to stay in the lead. But it's going to be close all the way. Here they come. Haley Scarborough. Carson Kelly. Well, you see Carson step it out. Whatever reason, he's decided he wants to be out a little ways. Rob Johnson in third there. All right. Got a northerly breeze blowing, just kind of watching across the way. Yep, they're still on the inside. Everybody going around on the outside of the Here they come. Haley's opened it up. Beautiful run from that young lady. Haley Scarborough in the 3. Carson Kelly in the 8. Well, the boat that was down on the back chute got refired and has come somewhat across the course. Haley Scarborough starting her final lap. JJW. Carson Kelly. Tighten door. right, into turn 2. Got a beautiful lead. Not quite a quarter lap at this point, a little less. Haley Scarborough in the 3, JJW Racing. Here she comes, your winner. Heat 1, T-Bout. Haley Scarborough. Second, in the 8, Titan Door, Mr. Carson Kelly. All right, as you hear him come across the line, pull his foot out of it. He knows that he's got room. He can come off the course at that point, unless he's told differently. Third place, pretty sure that is Rob Johnson. Cannon trying to get the 333 fired and back to the pits.
Go home.
Well, that was a great start on that one. Good close racing for the first part of that. Hopefully we can get a little more competitive night next time around, see if Carson can pick up a little bit of speed. These folks have been, I don't know, third year for a couple of them, first for others, but very competitive class. And this is a lot like J Hydro, J Runabout. And we have other entertainment here. We have our drones, but we have a neighbor dog that just would love to get a hold of one. Every time they, all right. Here comes your countdown for Cracker Box.
Landing.
Here's your countdown. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. All right, green flag on the course, Cracker Box. And if you want to talk about a little goofy, yep. If you didn't have a screw loose before, you got one loose now. I love harassing these folks. There's no way on earth. I'm not good riding with other people in a vehicle, let alone a boat.
Landing.
We originally thought we might have as many as a dozen crackers, but after Burley and other events here in recent weeks, we're down to 3. Well, they're all out there. They're all running. The P25, Cracker Jill, Leo Tidwell, Atascadero, California. Atascadero, California. The owner, driver, rider Rick Frampton. That. And of course I've got that wrong. All right. Mark Curtis, the 96, California Girls. And the P41, the Quacker, Mark Mead.
Take off.
Major driver.
The home point has been updated. Please check it on the map.
Well, you saw the young folks, you saw the outboarders, they all kneel down and they get a pretty good ride out there. Then you get in this thing, you sit in them, you sit right on the transom, your back is right against the transom of the boat in your seat, and you get throttled. I know people that love driving these things. Some of the riders are they think this is the greatest thing in the world. I enjoy watching them, but you're not going to get me out there. And we've had a number of drivers that have gone and taken a ride in a cracker box, and afterwards says, "This is no way I'm going back out there." Shout out real quickly to Jim Codling and his entire family for stepping up to sponsor this year's Pirate Summer Nationals, Inboard Nationals at Black Lake. So you can see that's Mark Curtis coming through there at full throttle in the 96, 25 inside, 41 outside. Here they come. Mark Curtis. Quacker, California Girls. Or excuse me. Cracker Jill in second, California Girls first. Mark's opened up the lead on him. Mark Curtis out front all by himself. Full straightaway. Cracker Jill. And the Quacker. You see the nice ride Mark's getting out there. I just see him go by. The boat is not hopping a lot. That means it's set up well. They've got it trimmed well. You need to know what you're doing in these things, because if you don't get it trimmed right, it's just a pain. Not a bad ride at all in the Jacker Cracker Jill. Glad I don't screw that up at all. All right, Quacker coming around, turn 2. He's still got work to do. The nice thing about Meads is they don't give up on it. They'll keep chasing it. And experience is a huge portion of this. Mark Curtis. Way out front now. Cracker Jill comes by. I don't know if Mark's got enough time to catch the Meads or not, but wouldn't be a surprise if he did. And at this point, you just got to keep everything together. You need 2 heats. You win them both, you're the champ. All right, Mark Mead coming around right now. Second place, Cracker Jill. Meads will come around and finish their heat. Like I say, they'll chase that until they get it figured out. Russell One building some of the Sport C boats at this time. All right, big wave from both the rider and the driver. And you hear the sound of these engines versus some of the others that you'll hear, like the 2.5 stocks. These are modified motors. These things are go-fast motors.
Go home.
They all go very fast, but these are modified motors. And we will have another cracker box hopefully next year. Randy Slinker, one of the participants in Vintage and Historic, he's working on his second boat right now. He has not had a chance to run it out with us at an event. He's run it a couple times in testing just to find out if everything was going in the right direction. And unfortunately, he poked a hole in the shoe on the boat the other day on the sponson, and hasn't been able to run. He'll be back for, I think, up at Pateras next month. But he purchased a cracker box from Julian Rucky. I know Julian's up here this weekend. No, they had hoped to bring a bunch of boats out of California, and unfortunately that's not quite the way things have gone. But those things happen. You know, we're just grateful that everybody's here, that we could get here.
Landing.
All right. Well, I know that sound. I know that boat. One-liter hydros. Mr. Sanchez out there in front. right, we'll call these as they come down here at the start.
Landing.
J. Michael Kelly in the 41. Shenanigans. Brad Sanchez in the 45. That is 52, Sean Bowser. Cisco, Illinois. One of the folks that made the trip out here. Want to thank all of the participants that have come. Those from Idaho, California, Illinois, Michigan, Louisiana. Should be Marissa Bartels. And the Sour Lemon.
Takeoff.
Pretty sure that was a 133, and that should be Randy Russell. All right, here they come. We're under a minute. Like 15 seconds. J. Michael way outside. J. Michael Kelly right to the lead. Good start. Beautiful start there. Well, J. Michael has the speed. He has the boat. He knew what he was doing, and he put it right where he wanted it. Went right to the lead. And the white boat staying way outside, staying out of everybody's way. You see the kind of lap. You see the left spots and pick up on the boat. And you can smell that castor oil. Little 3-cylinder engines. That's a Tim Collins owned and prepared 41 Shenanigans. Beautiful, beautiful boat. Great run. right, Brad Sanchez coming down for his finish. '52, that's Sean Bowser. Knockout Grime. Marissa Bartels in the
Go
sour
home.
lemon. Because only one can be sweet lemon. J. Michael Kelly, a great run, great start. Not sure whether they were close on the record or not, but we'll hear. So far, no records this weekend, but more importantly for these competition folks, they want to win that Summer Nationals Championship. Well, we've had some extremely
Landing.
good racing today. Again, a thank you to Jim Codling and his family for being the prime sponsor for the Pirate 2025 Summer Nationals here at Black Lake. Give a shout out while I have a minute and say thank you to our rescued folks, our divers. We have to have these folks make it possible to race. We have to have 4 divers when we race because of 2 turns and the possibility that we could have more than one boat that goes into a situation where we need to extract a driver. We truly pray that we don't have to, but if we do, we have great people. They do a wonderful job, get that driver out. Our last real experience with that was Mr. Jimmy James over at Manson last fall in the Charger, the GP boat. They made a mistake. Jimmy was out getting some laps, had not driven before. And that's a tall order to jump in a GP boat and go out and make laps. And I know Ed Preston started his driving over there a number of years ago in a GP. And it's a tough jump. And Kevin didn't get him quite in time. We had some wind, all weekend. But the wind came up real bad. We had probably at least 30, probably more like a 40-mile-an-hour gust that came over the hill there in Manson, hit that boat just as he hit the turn, and she went way up, way over, and went to the left a couple of lanes. And there were only 2 of them out there running, and Greg Hopp had been out enough, and they caught him quick enough with the radios to give him a heads up that we had the gust coming, but Jimmy didn't get that memo in time, and so they had to extract him. But did a great job, as they always do. And talking about those folks before we get into the thank yous, if somebody goes in the pond, they get wet out here, they will go back in the Stokes to the dock. That is just protocol, and it gives everybody a chance to do their job, practice, stay in touch with how that's done, and stay proficient at it. I just soon see them out there sitting all weekend, but the only time they get in the water for our divers is just to cool off. But sometimes we need them. And when we do, we want them to be at the top of their game. Thank you to all our officials, to Mike Waters, our race director, Kyle Davenport, and the entire board at PNBRA, our conducting club, for all of their hard work. Our officials, Chaz Dodge, Jim Codling. Jim doing double duty this weekend as not only a prime sponsor, but he's also our assistant referee. and that is much appreciated. Jim has a whole lot of years racing experience, refereeing, race directing, and all the rest. Always good to have him on board. Thank you to our pit bosses, crane operator, so many people to say thank you to. Paula Andrews, and I know Steve is probably helping, and some of the other ladies down there in the pits as well, but they'll be bringing lunch. I think they're bringing lunches down here. I don't think we're going down this year. Haven't heard for sure, but one way or the other, they will provide us lunch, plus all of the other officials that are here, including our dive teams. Don't know when our break will be yet, but we will bring our dive teams off the course, all the rescue in, to get a bite to eat, to use the bathroom, anything they need to replenish as far as drinks for the coolers or whatever to keep hydrated, they'll take care of that. And when that's done, then we will be back. So it's what we do, and we want to make sure we say thank you. Thank you to everybody that's out here watching this weekend. I think we got a great show, and just a matter of keeping boats on the water. You know, doesn't matter whether we set records or not. We're going to crown a champion in each of the divisions that's on the schedule today, with the exception of vintage. Vintage and outboards, they will get awards for the overall for the weekend. Vintage getting a participation plaque, and then the others getting first through third awards for the weekend, and that's cumulative both days. So you might not win the nationals today, but you might be the cumulative winner for the weekend. So up next should be vintage, and I don't know exactly what we got going. I haven't heard anything yet. We will call that here momentarily, but I'm going to walk from where I am. I'm going to move over about 10 feet, grab a bottle of water, and I will be back with you momentarily.
Takeoff. The home point has been updated. Please check it on the map.
All right, AX runabout. 3 minute. That's what I think I heard. All right, 3 minute green flag at 1 minute. That poor dog is just being tormented, something fierce. Get to my AX runabout. On this one, I've got the 122R. Colby Wyant. 555. Mason McGregor. US 2. Harper Kelly. Moen. And US 1. On the outside there, Mr. Carson Kelly. You see them both pull up a little bit. Boat on the inside, paying attention to the boat on the outside. Hanging a hard left. Cutting the course. And they can do that. All right. Got our fourth boat on the course, so everybody is out there now. All right. 4 entries, 4 boats on the water. Got a fair amount of breeze picked up right now, coming straight down the lake, it looks like, from looking at the flag. Although one spot it's going one way, and I look at the American flag 2 doors down from where we are, and it's going the other way. Yeah, interesting. Mother Nature. All right, Carson Kelly on the outside. You see the difference in the shapes of these boats, and that's one of the things that makes them interesting is they're not all cookie cutters. And if you've watched outboard racing in the Northwest, you've seen some interesting things with plexiglass, and Mr. John Peters doing a lot of experimentation with aerodynamics, and got some really unusual boats that he runs, but you know what? They're fast, very fast. So one of the things I didn't get a chance to say before was thank you to Steve Fairbanks and Higher Vantage for our drones and the job that they do. Well, depending on what the wind does, we're going to run this and then probably C-Mod Hydro afterwards, and then go to Vintage. And then it sounds like if that's the case, then we will run back-to-back on that. Outboard running across the way in the pits over there. That is one of the issues here, is the logistics of 3 separate locations where we're inboard pit, cranes. You got one that's for ramp launchers, and then we have our tower and all the officials down here in a 3rd spot. So it makes it a little difficult at times. You need a lot of people doing a lot of things and making it all come together. Boat out front has just blown them away at this point. I don't know if they're anywhere near a record, but they are definitely running away with it. And it's interesting to see that 4th place is actually US 1, the High Point winner for last year. And it looks like we got an issue with the front runner. Is that Harper? Sounds like that was Harper Kelly out front. Went down in turn 2. Turn to the infield. You see how low he gets in the boat there. That looks to be Colby Wyant. Mason McGregor 2nd and Carson Kelly 3rd. looks like we got Colby Wyant in the lead. Mason McGregor in second, and Carson Kelly in third. Harper Kelly Moen. Went dead in the water out there, turn two. I think I'm not sure, I think I'm hearing the fireboat's going to pick her up to get her off the course. We try not to leave the outboards out there when we're running the bigger boats. It's amazing how quiet it is here when the boats are running. Oh. Some great young folks out there. And they go hard at it when they're on the course, but you see them a little bit later. Well, like yesterday afternoon, you saw Katie Brown and a friend of hers were out there, and Carson and Asher, and they're all goofing around down on the dock, having fun, getting wet. And it's great. It's fun to watch. And I would think if that is, as I say, Carson Kelly in third place right now, he's not going to be happy with that run at all. And I would imagine they will do whatever they need to, propeller, ignition, who knows. They'll come back and try and go that much harder in their next heat. This is AXR. And if I'm correct, these are the same engines that are in the J stock boats, only with the restrictor plate removed. All right, Russ Dodge is going to go out and retrieve, and that was Carson in the lead. So I was wrong. Won't be the last time. And if that was Jim Codling up here laughing, I'll get you for it, buddy.
Go home.
Jack of all trades. He sets the course. He maintains the course. He goes out and retrieves boats. And he wasn't a bad slouch in the boat either. Russ Dodge, extremely good driver in the 1 liter back in the day. You know, he drove a little bit of other classes, but mainly 1 liter. All right. Sounds like we're going to run C-Mod once they get that in tow, and then come back and run vintage. So all right, 3 minutes.
Landing.
Green flag on the course. And you can tell just by the sound, they're definitely bigger, they're definitely more powerful, and they're definitely faster. C-Mod Hydro. I can tell you right now we're going to be chasing shade all day. So I'm going to be periodically moving as the day goes, trying to stay somewhat in the shade here. As you can see over in the back stretch, green boat is slowing down. Kyle Ball out there for a test lap. And now he's headed back to the pits. Nope. That was the other boat up front. And I'm guessing he must have missed the pits when he went by and turned to come back. So the green boat is part of this heat.
Takeoff. The home point has been updated. Please check it on the map.
Everybody bunching up, one boat trailing a little bit, but a lot more boat speed right now. Momentarily you'll hear them pick it up. See the one boat way outside. All right. Well, you saw the green boat lead them up to the start, and then they kind of drifted back, and all of a sudden took off again. Definitely a different look to that boat than the others. The others are more of an upright. That one's almost a lay down. Not quite, but almost. When I say upright, if you look at the position of the drivers, that driver is a lot farther forward leaning than the others. And that's one of the things about outboards. You don't have trim. They do not move the engine in and out like they do with a tunnel boat. You make the boat do things with your body weight. You lean forward to bring the nose down, come back to try and get it to come on plane. You can lean to the left to try and help you turn, get your center of balance out of the middle of the boat and more to the left. You see this little green boat is just on a set of rails. All right, just checking. Want to make sure that is Ryan Gowan out front. Very accomplished young man. Been doing this for a number of years now. He's still a very young man, but extremely versed at this. And that is the R33. those in this heat, you've got R33, that's Ryan Gallen. 31R, Gavin Sharples. 721R, Jim Tryon. 166R, Jeff Userno. And the 91R, Kayla Huff. Got a good matchup on a back chute. Boat on the outside, overtaking the inner boat. Ryan Gowan with a nice run out front. Not quite a quarter lap. Got a full straightaway, or almost a full straightaway. Pretty sure that's Jim Tryon in second there. Should be Kayla Huff right there. Nice run for Ryan. Very proficient young man. Like I say, been doing this for quite some time. And here he comes, your winner, Heat 1, Ryan Gowan. Lots of different ideas in the outboards, lots of different designs. Nice thing about outboards, they're not, the hull themselves are not that expensive to build. Kayla Huff, your final finisher. They will make the turn and head to the pits.
Go home. Landing.
All right, going to go a little different with Vintage. They're going to run around, come down to the start. Hopefully they're all together. They'll get a white flag, which means they have one lap. They will come down. They'll get the green flag on that second lap and start of their 4 laps. And then they will finish up with a white flag with 1 to go. Checkered, black flag, and hopefully everybody's off the course at that point, and we can get everybody turned and Well, I'm guessing that's Sean Kelson in the Shady Lady. Looks like Aaron Olson in the Ombre. Should be Travis Gilmer. And Pegasus. And Mr. Gordy Gilmer. It's not Gordy? All right, just checking with the referee, and it is not Gordy in the big boat. So it is Stephanie in the 5-liter. That is the boat that should be out front right now, and I just gotta take a look and double check. Stephanie will be in the 5, Travis in the 7. And that is Travis out front right now. You see the two boats on the inside. That is your national chairman, Sean Kelson, in the darker colored boat, Shady Lady. The great Bud Burns ran that boat, was both 5-liter and Division I 7-liter in the same year. That's a challenge in its own right. Aaron Olson on the inside in the Ombre. If you saw these folks, these two boats run over it. Well, these two and the second of the Gilmer boats, Travis, Sean, and Aaron put on great shows. So did our Commodore Kyle Davenport in the Shady Lady over at Entiat a couple weeks ago. Ombre having the quicker response off the turn, and then all right, going to come down and get a green flag right now. And you see how that went. Aaron came off in good shape in the 5-liter. Then the 7-liter started to overtake, and then you see the other two boats coming. Travis went screaming by down into the turn there. Not that fast. I bet you they never saw over 115 at the most. Aaron takes off fast off the corner. Here comes the Shady and the Pegasus. And they've got to be careful up there. They got wind that they're running into. Well, and I'll be real honest with you. Stephanie's probably the smartest one in the bunch. She let the boys go. I'll just come around. She's having a great boat ride, not pushing at all. Aaron, as he said it, when he ran it, the one heat over at Entiat 2 weeks ago, said, that's the first time I ever run on the inside, and that was fun. Okay, he's got a problem. He has got a problem. He just lifted for some reason. All right, well, that does not bode well. I see we got a boat going that way right now, two of them. All right. Get a little lumpy out there. You see Travis go way down, trying to give everybody room. And that turn is a little tight down there. Not bad, but a little bit tight. Hopefully nothing major on the Ombre. Just make sure if you broke something, it's not anything I got to fix. I'm sure Aaron will probably. Here comes Stephanie. She's going to catch up to the boys again. You hear that sound in the background there. That's Travis getting back into that blower. Nice run, nice run. When you see those boats, and they look like they're going quick, and they are, but to realize that they would run 30 miles an hour faster in a race setting, you got to make sure you're careful. All right. Well, Travis has got an issue down there. I don't know what happened there, but nice thing is both Stephanie and Sean were able to finish. Unfortunately, we got to get these two removed. And we'll let the officials take care of what they got to do. Well, unfortunately, we got two that dropped out. Waiting for somebody to, I'm not sure who's going to go, but they'll send somebody down there to hook onto Travis. And here they come to the rescue. Got Woody headed down there right now. See if we can find out what's going on with Aaron. Hey, Russ Dodge. Hi, Russ. Hey, when Aaron comes by you out there, see if you can find out what happened, please. He'll be coming down here in a minute from the other end. But if you can get a word, find out what happened. Yeah. Yeah, something. Aaron, you got to quit breaking those boats. No, probably not.
boats taken on water. That's not the Ombre. It's the Pegasus. I think that's Pegasus 2. I should look at that. The way they. Yeah, it would be Pegasus 2. Pegasus being the 5-liter with a National Mod motor in it, with probably well over 600 horsepower. The thing about these boats, they go a lot faster than what you're seeing, but we have to keep a bit of room there from top speeds so that we don't have issues. And there have been issues in the past. We've had some problems. The one thing I'm grateful for, and being as I was in charge of it here for a long time, we've never had a major incident here, and I would love to see it. I understand, and we'd love to keep it that way. I didn't say we hadn't had incidents. What? But we've got a lot more racing for you today. And I would think that we probably have, as soon as we get this cleared and we get our boats back on the course as far as safety, we'll go to our second heat of vintage. Then into 350, OSY 400, 2.5 stock, and National Mod. National Mod will be some of the 5s, will be some of the 2.5s, 2.5 mods. And that should be a good, fun heat, as will the E350s. E350s basically is the fastest class out here this weekend. Only class in inboard that's faster would be GP, and the GPs that are running in the region right now, with the exception of one, it's runnable but not on the circuit, are back in Valleyfield, and I have not heard anything from Valleyfield and haven't had a chance to check yet. I did see that Lumpton was, one of the Lumptons was fastest qualifier, but other than that I haven't seen anything, and probably won't until the end of the day today, or patrol boats heading back out. Again, a thank you to all of them, to our officials, the folks working the pits, the crane, everybody involved. And it takes a real village to do all of this. You see all the buoys out there. They've all got to be blown up. They got to be taken out. And Russ Dodge is the one that does that. Danger of sinking or anything. Accidents occur. You know, you throw blades, you know, any number of things can happen. You can lose a bearing in a propeller shaft. I want to say thank you to our neighbors down here who put up with us for a couple days. I know some of you really enjoy this. Others probably not quite so much. But it's always a pleasure to come to Black Lake. It's a great place to run. I only had the privilege of run here one time, and that, like I say, was up the lake when my parachute deployed in my Mod 100 boat, probably at about 90, 95 miles an hour. Did try and pull me out of the boat, but I was younger and a lot stronger at that time, and stayed in and tried to stuff the parachute underneath me when it deployed and continue on, and didn't quite work out.
reminiscing down here about heat waves and being at races, one being the Silver Cup that was 118, and a few years ago being at the Richland Regatta, my experience at 116. And I don't think any of us want to see that again. And as I said, I made the mistake of going home on Sunday night. Went from 116 to 100 plus and no air conditioning. I had air conditioning in my room over there, so live and learn. Wife said she was happy to see me, but it was still hot. Well, we're having an exhibition right now. The Ducks are doing ballet for us out in front here while we're waiting to get the Pegasus taken care of. Pegasus lost both the shaft and the propeller. So somewhere out there, down there by turn 1, yeah. Not a good situation to have that happen, so I'm sure they're probably done for the weekend. I don't know that they've got another shaft or anything, but probably easier just to run one boat. We should know here in just a minute. I'm kind of listening in on the referee to see what he's talking. One of the things I will do differently tomorrow, and if I can do it this afternoon, if I am able, I will get a radio so I can give you an exact countdown as the referee and our score countdown on our clock to 0 for our starts. My apologies for not doing that. Almost every time I do a race, I've got a radio with me, and we're able to give you that countdown, and it does make for a better experience. So we'll work on that. sounds like we got boats ready. While we got a half a minute that's semi-quiet, let you know that August 23rd and 24th, Pateros, Washington, Terry Troxel Memorial Hydro Classic and the Western Divisionals. Then on September 6 and 7, Brewster, Washington, Tony Newton Memorial. And then September 27th and 28th, Manson, Washington, Manson Hydrofest. And that will conclude the season for PNBRA. There are a couple other events. Northwest Powerboat will have one on the 20th, 21st of September at Moses Lake. It's a vintage only. And Mahogany Merlot should go first weekend in October, as it always does, with Harm. I don't know that any of the inboards will be, any vintage inboards will be there this year. Just Unlimiteds at this point, and we'll await to hear whether...
Takeoff. The home point has been updated. Please check it on the map.
OSY, 3-minute gun coming presently. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag on the course. OSY 400. Again, bigger and faster. As you can see, these are some of the same boats, some are different from our last outboard heat. C111, Brody Wyatt. 721R, Jim Tryon. 666R, Carson Kelly. 142R, Trey Marquardt. 166R, Jeff Userno. R15, Ryan Gowan. 711C, Ismail Nunez. Nunez. I told you I'm going to screw it up. And 91R, Kayla Huff. White flag on the course. They're running a 3-minute warm-up. Down to 1 minute now. We're not using a score-up buoy. We are not using a score-up buoy for inboard or vintage as well. And that is at the discretion of the referee. All right, should be a good start. I won't say it is. It looked to be good from here. See the Rooster tails as they go through turn one down there. That's what you want. You want a competitive group like that. And I can see over my shoulder we've got boats going in the water down there. It looks like one of the E350 boats headed towards the pond. So we watch them go up the back chute. Got a good race out front. First two are close. Third is back a little bit, and then we go quite a ways back to fourth and fifth. Sixth is close there, and then drop a little bit for seventh and eighth. And that looks to be Carson Kelly out front. You got the rest of them right in tow, though. Jim Tryon looks to be in fourth place. Kayla Huff, your final boat out there. Beautiful day here in Olympia, Washington on Black Lake. Black Lake and Lawrence Lake are probably the two fastest courses in the world, and one being a mile and a quarter here, the other being mile and a quarter and mile and 2/3 when we run there. You want to set records, that's where you go. Plus, we're also very close to sea level, which helps. Something not quite kosher with the second boat. A couple people come by here and seem to have an issue all of a sudden, and then continue on. Not that it's doesn't appear to be terminal for either of them, although the one's not looking so good in the far side over there. Pretty sure that was Trey Marquardt, the final boat there. You see the nice ride of that boat. Should be Carson Kelly. Kayla Huff, 91R. Not sure what's going on, but just not running right. All right, your winner, 66R.
Go home.
All right, we're going to get our final competitor across here. Well, now I'm going to have to eat my words again. One more to come around.
Landing.
Well, that's not bad. 8 started, 8 actually finished. Talking earlier about large numbers of outboards, I remember, as I say, the 1959 Stock Outboard Nationals at Green Lake, and seeing, if memory serves me correct, and one of these days I got to go find the picture. It was in Sports Illustrated. There's like 13 or 14 B-stock hydros. So I remember it was B-stock. It was either B-stock or C-stock coming down for the start, and 3 of them side by side blew over instantaneously together. And it was just, they were so close. There was so much wind and lift created by the boats being that close that they just literally came up off the water, and it was unbelievable. The flip in San Diego of the 2 Unlimited side by side is a wonderful picture. Not a good outcome, to have happen, but that was unbelievable. Bob Carver caught that picture, as I remember, back in '59, and just really documented what can happen with that many boats side by side. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Take off. The home point has been updated. Please check it on the map.
You can hear them. E350. You've seen some quick boats. You've seen a bunch of boats. Now you're going to see a bunch of very, very quick boats. The yellow and the brown boat that were out there in that last heat, along with the one 5-liter, the white and red boats, are the precursors to this class. Back in the day, they were the 5 liters, which had started out as 2 1/4, and as a modified division, then they morphed into 266 hydro. 5-liter, that became the Mercruiser class, and it was back to 5-liter again as a 305. Now it's the 350s. like to get all sorts of different ways as they come down. Final boat. Coming down right now. The E6 Raining Thunder. Michael Jarvis, driver. John and Sherry Bosserman, the owners. The 57, that is Cheetah, Chris Bertram out of Edenville, Washington. 331, Jason Schrock, Schrock Therapy out of Mount Vernon. The E99, Todd's Racing, Bryce Todd Puyallup. E226, Fully Loaded, John Rifle, owner out of Federal Way, Washington, and Mr. Brent Hall, the driver. And the E3, JJW, Justin Weymouth, owner, Kip Brown, driver. I've seen all of these boats run with the exception of Wolverine. Alex Manga, owner-driver. Some guy named Noonan on the crew, Billy. Good friend out of the Midwest. Well, if my count is correct, we're at 6. Or are we at 7? Well, we have a full field. How's that? 20 seconds. You'll watch the outside boats speed up a little bit. They've got a longer way to go. Is that Wolverine on the outside, it looks like? Nope. Chris Bertram. Sort it out as they come around here. Looks like Chris Bertram outside, the 3 on the inside. You see him as they get to the turn, and that second rooster tail comes up. That is a skid pin. That is Mr. Kip Brown. JGW, the 3. As he comes off that turn, Chris Bertram right on his hip. Jason Schrock, Brent Hall, Alan Manga, Bryce Todd. Up the back chute. Kip Brown keeping his lead. Chris isn't going to quit on this one. He wants this. I think the last time he was out was at Pateras last year. Mike Jarvis in the 6. Three on the inside, the 57 outside. Opened up maybe a boat length is all that time. Jason Schrock, Brent Hall, Alan Manga, if you've watched any of the streaming from back east, you've seen Alan run before. or Alex, excuse me, not Alan, Alex. Very distinct look to that boat. And I'll tell you here in a minute some of his sponsors. JJW Racing, the 3. Chris Bertram in the 57. Jason Schrock in 3rd in the 99, followed by Brent Hall in the 266, or 226. Fully loaded. Schrock Therapy. Thorpe Fruit Stand. Alex Manga. Bryce Todd. All right, checkered flag. And your first heat winner, JJW Racing, the 3, Kip Brown. Second place, Cheetah, Chris Bertram. Coming off turn 2, here he is, Jason Schrock. Brent Hall in the 226, fully loaded. Thorpe Fruit. Alex Manga in the 8. Bryce Todd in the 331. And it looks like we lost Michael Jarvis somewhere along the way. I can't see him out there, but that doesn't mean the boat's not out there. And just a word to share, Jim's Body Shop for Alex Manga, probably the biggest contributor in his sponsorship. Also, Too Many Papers, Monster Energy, and Bass Pro Shops, all sponsors on that boat. JJW on the winning entry there. Weymouth Family Racing, nice run for him. Alex Manga, and you'll see him back again, National Mod. That's a pretty good trek to come out from Detroit.
Go home.
Our folks were just back that way a few weeks ago for the Eastern Divisionals back east at Decatur. And hopefully some of the folks that are here this weekend from around the country will be able to come back for the Western Divisionals next month. Pateros, Washington.
Landing.
One of the things I haven't mentioned this morning, if you're here along the lake, you're in the pits, and you enjoy what you're seeing, when they come off the water, let them know. Round of applause won't hurt. They can't hear you until they open the lids and get out, but it never hurts. A lot of these folks spend a lot of time and effort, money to get here from back east out of Louisiana. English and team coming all the way from Louisiana, and that's a jaunt. That is a jaunt. Beautiful day here, Black Lake, Olympia, Washington. The wind's picked up pretty good. We'll keep an eye on this. Hopefully we don't get it any stronger. Again, thank you to all of you who are watching this event, to everybody participating, everybody helping out, and there are a lot of folks that are involved in that. Special thank you to Jim Codling and family for their investment in putting this on. Jim is, I don't know if there's many hats that Jim hasn't had on over the years, whether it's race director, referee, club chair, treasurer, been a part of this forever. Family a part of it as well, and thank them for their, not only their financial involvement, but just all their support for so many years. Great to have them involved. If you are interested in being a part of this wonderful family, and I mean it seriously when I say that, you know, we can be dysfunctional at times, but I don't know of too many families that aren't at times. But we care about one another. We take care of one another. If you're interested in being a part of it in some form or fashion, there's lots of ways to participate. You don't have to drive. You don't have to own. You could be a mechanic. You could be a painter. You could be a volunteer. And that's the way most people get involved, is volunteering, or mom and dad have brought them for many years. All right, our second heat of vintage on the water. 2 boats this time. And the reason for that is just simply the size of the boats. We have one conventional, one cab over. Conventional is definitely faster. Randy Christensen in the conventional, the second boat out there. Josh Hayes in the first boat. Josh Hayes driving Gordy Cole's JB in water, the E66. And the E26 is, that's right, I forgot. We got a step up. Mr. John Walty, Relentless out of California. Little 2.5. It's going to go out and run with them. And hopefully John's got the memo about trying to stay together with these guys. I would say of these boats, the JB would probably be the fastest if he decided to really run it. Water Scamp is extremely fast in a straight line. Does not turn with the other boats. All right, they're getting a white flag because they did what we asked, and that is to get lined up pretty much side by side. They'll go around, and when they come back down, they'll start. I'll give you a rundown again. On the inside, that is Relentless. John Walty in the middle. The E26, that is the Water Scamp. Randy Christensen. Reverend Randy Christensen. And on the outside, in the E66, that is Josh Hayes. In the JB in Water, a boat that is owned by Mr. Gordy Cole. he was supposed to run out there with the group, but he has peeled off, gone back to pits, probably getting ready for his stock class, which will be coming up. John is also the Commodore of SCA, which is CSA, California Speedboat Association out of Northern California. Folks that are responsible for doing the Buckingham Test and Tune, which we had to cancel this year because we didn't have an ambulance. A very rural area and not a lot of ambulances there to choose from, so they had to cancel. We're looking at next year now. As you see those two boats go through in front of us here, a reminder, if you are interested in attending boat church, that will be at the cookout area in the park, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And if I'm not mistaken, 8:30 is our driver's meeting if we have one, and we'll check on that during our lunch break today. But Randy Christensen will have a good message. Always seems to be a good conversation back and forth about what he has brought forward. Normally very, very much attuned to where we are in our lives and in racing and all the rest. So, and as he'll tell you, if you go tomorrow, the background is always astounding, always better than church when we go and we're on a body of water like this, whether it's the trees in the background here and the water, or if it's over at, Tri-Cities or some of the other places like in Chelan where we've got the mountains behind us. Just a beautiful setting. The other thing is that there will be hot, fresh donuts made here on site and fresh coffee. So come and join us, if you will, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right, back to what's going on the water. Randy Christensen on the inside. That is a Suey hull, originally owned and campaigned by Ben Lang, who was the owner of Lang Towing back in the day, was my neighbor, lived 2 blocks away. His 2 sons were friends with one of my younger brothers, and I always was up there to see Ben in the boat. Didn't get to crew at that time. I was too young, but always enjoyed going up there because we knew when they would be firing up and running the boat, so we'd always get up the street to do that. The boat on the outside, that is a Don Kelson 280 class hull, JB and Water, which is the initials of J&B, the guys that owned the boat back east, and it was a water sport, so it became JB and Water. Josh Hayes driving the boat, Josh bringing it out. Gordy stepping away from the wheel at this time. But always fun to have that out there. Josh does a really nice job of running the boat, just like Randy does. If we had more boats, we'd run conventionals with conventionals of like size, same with the cab over. We normally run a small heat, mid-conventionals, mid-cab overs, then we run 1 or 2 heats of larger boats. And next year it will be that way because we will have at least 3 more of the 7 liters out here. And I shouldn't say necessarily here, but we will have them running. See Randy come through the turn there, and he has to horse it around a little bit. Those old boats like that don't like to turn. And if you've ever watched old-time racing and talked to the drivers, you drive a conventional at speed like you would a sprint car, a dirt car. It's a series of stab and steer. And we're not stabbing it that hard, but you're giving it propeller, giving it more thrust, but you have to turn the boat right when you do that because they want to turn around on you. They want the back end to come around. But that's the only way you can get the boats to turn at any kind of speed. And you see Randy's got to pick it up a little bit, trying to catch up to him. He cannot stay with him in the turns. And Josh is not running very hard. If he's over 75 mile an hour lap, I'd be very surprised. Probably not going more than about 85 or 90 miles an hour max down the front chute there. They're going to peel off and head to the beach.
Go home.
Looking for my schedule right now. I think we've got 2.5 stock and national mod to go is all. All right, just listening in on conversation about where we're headed. We have 2 boats going in the water that have to go in the water yet, and we will be ready to finish our first flight of the day. And the second flight will, 2 o'clock right now, we will take our lunch break after that, and then we will come back to finish this up for the day, then crown our nationals champions.
Landing.
That's a tough sell to sit out there for the length of time that you have to. Well, it looks like our ducks are back to put on another show for us. Just sitting here watching the drone come back in. just a quick stop and to bring one of the patrol boats back off. I see what I'm guessing is probably one of our 2 national mods that need to go in the water, or it's going back in. That is, I think they're going in. I don't think they're just coming out. Well, maybe they are. Okay. We've got a couple boats to get in and out, and we'll get our national mod and 2.5 stocks in. That will complete the first go-round of the day. And after lunch, I'm sure we've had some attrition, and we will probably condense a little bit. But come right back. We'll have a little different lineup for the second heat. I have to pull that up again. Okay, well, a little more information. As soon as we finish the last of these two runs coming, 2.5 stock and national mod, our rescue will all come to the dock. They'll be able to use the restrooms, get any water or other things that they need. They'll get their lunches. Lunches are ready. They've been delivered to us here, and as we get a chance, we will do that. They're gonna go to the dock, eat their lunch. We're trying, when we do this, to be back out on the water in about 20 minutes. Try and be as expeditious as possible, and then continue our program after that. And I will here shortly take down the rest of that schedule from my phone, and we will have that for you as soon as we come back from our lunch break. But we're going to do it in an abbreviated manner today, and try and keep everybody going. It's the only way we can be successful is if we're timely. And we know tomorrow will go quicker. It is the nature of what we do. Everybody takes a little longer getting set up than it does to do it the second day in a row. And the nice thing about Sundays is tear down goes much, much, much faster because everybody wants to get out of town as soon as possible if they're leaving. And you can't get awards until it's done. So that helps a lot. But we will stay as vigilant as we can. I know that rescue has made the decision with the referee on how we'll handle that and what kind of speed we want to do it with. And so now we just gotta get it done and move forward. We still have a full afternoon of racing for you. And I think, if I remember right, we start out with the war canoes again right after lunch. So I know they're across the lake there. I can see them over there. So look forward to them coming out again. Do a nice exhibition. One of these days we'll have to see if we can get, 15, 20 of them, and then it'll really be a pageant. A lot of fun to see those boats out here. Nice to have the folks from the tribe as a part of this. We have a couple of events a year that we do. Jan Shaw puts on the Kenmore revival of the old slew race. We do that. It's the first event of the year here. Early, it's normally wet and cold, but the tribe is part of that as well, and we always do a blessing with the tribe for our race and for the sacred ground that we're on. And I think we can all agree that it's all sacred. It doesn't matter whether you're a believer or not. It is sacred. It was made for us somehow, some way, by some entity. And we are blessed to be a part of this. We're blessed to have you folks with us today. We thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience, and we're gonna be back to racing here very shortly. I'm gonna get off the mic, get a drink of water, and we'll be ready to go here momentarily. Well, we're getting closer by the moment here as far as getting the boats back on the water. I cannot see from here where we stand. If I was up where the officials are, which are right above me, I'm actually taking shelter underneath the tower here to get a little more shade as the day goes on. You can see the pits from there. You can see what's in the water. Right now, all I know is we've got the crane is back over the pit area, and I'm guessing they're with that national mod and trying to get them back in the water. Hopefully we've got everybody else ready to go. But I hope all of you that are participating that are volunteers that got lunches, and when you get lunches, we get to dinner tonight. Thank Paula for her crew. You know, it's Paula and a crew of 1,000, I think, doing lunches. And I say that tongue-in-cheek because I know it's not, but I know she and Amy, and I'm sure there's probably some other help down there. Daughter Amy helping with that. I had a couple of bites of the sandwich that was brought. It's extremely good. We'll be filling, and it's much appreciated. So, big thank you to them. Shout out to everybody for the job you've done on the water today as far as running the boats. All of our officials that are in charge of everything, and it's a myriad of things that we got to do. And the one thing that we do need to remember, it's a water sport, and things do happen. And as I sit here, I can hear a dog across the lake barking. Hey, I can go home and hear that. I got one that likes to do that from time to time. Our guard dog. Beautiful day down here on Black Lake. Been doing this event for a long time. This year we were fortunate enough to bid and get the opportunity to have the Nationals here. I was trying to think, we did it a few years ago. Hopefully we can do it again in the near future. Not a lot of places around the country where you can really do a first-class event. And this, with the water that we have here, the course that's laid out here with what Russ Dodge does, as far as doing the layout, and then he and Carol actually setting the course, it is wonderful. Again, just to remind you, as soon as we get these last two heats in from the first flight, we're going to pull our crews in off the water. They will get their sandwiches, their lunches, whatever, chance to use the restroom, and then we'll get them right back on the water. Want to try and only be about 20 minutes duration, and that's pushing it. And we know that, they know that. So we hope everybody can bear with us during that time. And I will shut things down for a few minutes there at that point so I can finish my lunch. Like I say, I had a couple bites of the sandwich and it's delicious, and there's some chips and watermelon and a cookie in there, so I'm fortunate. Like I say, great job on Paula Andrews and Amy and the crew that are doing the lunches. So thank you. One of the things I was doing while I was off for a couple minutes is I was texting with my son, and Hombre's running really good. I'm not sure what happened, why he had a deployment on that chute, but however, hopefully they either repack it and it doesn't deploy again or they take it off. And that's what I had to do years ago. I took my chute jacket off, or the chute off the jacket finally, and I actually ended up donating it to Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum. But just one of the things you do when you retire. Sometimes you do those kinds of things. But again, reminder of our upcoming events. We will be in Pateros the 23rd and 24th of next month. Then the 6th and 7th of September, we will be up in Brewster, and that is a beautiful place to go up to. Not a lot there. It's a fruit growing region. Basically it's orchards for as far as the eye can see, up the side of the hill, up the mountains, and on top, and everywhere in between. We actually have our tower set up in the middle of an orchard, kind of on a little bit of a stand to have the clock out there in the river. And then we have one pit area with a little pond between it and the other pit area. The crane pits is separated from the ramp launch by, it's a couple hundred feet is all. I'm able to sit up there on that end of the course, and they run away from us. They come up and turn just shy of us, and we watch them go down the straightaway into turn one. You can see the turn down there, and then watch them come up the back chute back into turn two. And it's a great place to visually see an event as they come into the turn and make the turn two there. Kip Brown's setting the course the last couple of years over there. Not done with a surveyed course, not one of our Russ Dodge surveyed courses. And part of that has to do with the fact that the water levels changed a lot. If you'll excuse me, I got a phone call I gotta take. Well, sorry, I'm sure you heard me laughing. Just, it was a wonderful comment. If you're going out to run, get your rear end in the boat. It's time, folks. No, we're going towards 2:30, and we need to get it wrapped up for the first half of the day, get the lunch for our crews out there, and get back at it. We've got a full flight to run yet today, and for everybody back east right now, and I know there's some people around the country. All right, here comes your countdown. All right, here comes your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. green flag is on the course. 4 minute. And I'll tell you momentarily whether we got 2.5s or national mods. 2.5. Well, we have 5 boats registered for this class. I see 3 out and running. I see 1 down there in the pit turn trying to get fired. You see a little water at the transom there from the propeller. I think that's John Walty. J. Michael Kelly in the 12 going by right now. That is the monkey business. The red boat on the back chute. That is your Club Commodore. Kyle Davenport in the 1. Reigning national high point. 2.5 stock. That should be the 138. Fun and Good Times. Sean Warren, owner, Tacoma, Washington. Travis Olsch, Eatonville, Washington, the driver. And we'll talk about all these folks here a little bit more. Monkey business, that's Jason Ellard. And Jason is out of Puyallup. J. Michael Kelly out of Bonnie Lake, the driver. Porco's sponsor on that. Porco's is a group that puts together a hospitality tent over at not Richland, but Tri-Cities for water follies. And you pay a price. It was not intended to do that originally, but that's what they decided to do. But they charge a fee. They supply food and beverage and a place undercover. All right. Well, the Crazy 8 is out. Les Dethridge. All right. Well, I can see Relentless is sitting in the water dead down in turn 1. Les Dethridge coming by right now, the Crazy 8. Well, they're racing long before the start. We'll see just what everybody's made of on this one. All right, green flag. Travis Olsch out front. J. Michael's going to have to make up some ground, and it looks like Travis has really got it handled quite well. First time that boat's been out in a long time. Well, you can hear J. Michael Kelly is on the chip. There's nothing left. He's coming for him, but he's going to have to run hard. The only question I'll have is J. Michael going to try and dip inside and try and take lane one? He got a lot of ground to make up, and unless he's a lot faster than what he is right now, that's not going to happen. Travis doing a nice job out front. Spot on with his start. Nothing left there. There's just nothing left in the tank for J. Michael on that. And I don't know whether they got to go with a different propeller or they just got to get their start down better on the next one. I know J. Michael was probably wanting to make a park and start, but it just didn't work, and he's losing ground now, and Kyle's starting to gain on him. Kyle Davenport and Bose goes Bantam. They're both running right on the chip. Those are both running Fords. I think so is the boat out front with Travis. That was real close for second and third. And I'll let the referee make that call because that's what he gets paid the big bucks for. Okay, 12 was second. All right, Travis Olsch first. Second, J. Michael Kelly. And third, Kyle Davenport. Well, we've been waiting. I know they're probably about ready down there. We'll have a word here in a minute. Had a great day so far. Got a lot more racing to get done. Waiting to hear where we stand with the national mods as far as everybody being in the water and ready to go. And we've got to get John Walty squared away down there. I'm pretty sure they got a line on him. I see him moving forward now. He's at least a short timer as far as getting him off the race course. See a national mod going to the water. That is Gunnar O'Farrell.
Return to home.
Big shout out to Steve Fairbanks and Higher Vantage for all their work to bring the drones, get us all the footage that they do. Thanks to Jim Codling, who's our assistant referee, and he's also the one that's up there in the tent with them looking at video. Watching that, seeing how the turns go, and that is normally where infractions occur if somebody encroaches in a lane or whatever. It's normally not on the straightaways. Once in a while you get somebody that loses track of where they are, but for the most part, not very often. It's normally turns. People lose their. It's easy to lose your bearings down there. You've got to trust. And there are drivers around the country. I've raced against them in the past that I didn't want to be anywhere near because they were unpredictable. And when I was running, they were not as stringent as they are now. But you've got to have a comfort level when you're running side by side. And you saw those guys just now. You saw the E350s earlier. They went into turn one, and it was close. There was a lot of close racing down there, but they held their lanes. Everybody got through, continued on, and that's all we can ask is, you've got to give a lane. You give a lane and a foot. That's all you're asked to do. That's what you need to do. Somebody's going to run inside of you. If they want lane one, they better be able to hold their lane and not bear out. And the same for anybody else outside of that. You've got to maintain your lane. You can't encroach and close the door on somebody unless you have the overlap. Most of the time, that's 5 boat links or so many rooster tails or a rooster tail, depending on what you're running. Like I say, outboards are different, and you can get away with a lot with outboards. Normally, I always say no harm, no foul. Probably very simplistic way of looking at it, but if we were not here, we would undoubtedly continue on with a lot of the racing and outboards. If you have somebody that spins out or takes a swim, whatever, as long as they can get back to the boat, they will. And they're not in a precarious position. That's the thing. We cannot have anybody in a precarious position to endanger them. As soon as we go to break, I'll start chasing the shade again. It's starting to get on my back, and so I will move forward a little bit towards the water. We are fortunate that we have this here. We don't have a pop-up for me this time, which is okay. understand that we are close on our national mods, so we'll get that done. We'll do our turnaround or 20-minute break or so. Get back out here, get this day in. There is a lot to do, and would not be surprised because we need to get the nationals done if we do some shuffling of the lineup a little bit so that we get those heats in. Last thing we want to do is not complete that today. And as I say, when we take our break, I will confer with the referee just to see if that is a possibility. That is just me speculating at this point. And probably the first thing that would happen if something like that does transpire is Vintage would be left on the beach for the afternoon, pending time. We don't run for points in Vintage, so that's not an expendable class, but it is a class that could be held off until tomorrow, and we could run a third heat of that tomorrow instead of just two. But that is speculation on my part. Outboards are running for records. If they want to win, but one of the reasons to come here on an event like this is not all outboard classes are here. So you're not going to get national points, I don't think. And if I'm wrong, I'll apologize for that. But they would probably be part of what got bumped. So we could get our championship boats heats in. We'll see where we go. Hopefully we've got time and we can finish it out, but we will do our best. And I know tomorrow will be a little different story again because we will probably change our lineup a bit, try and intersperse some other classes here and there. It's one of the problems when you have crane launch boats. The old days it wasn't a big deal because a lot of times you're just on a grassy bank and the old boats were narrow. They didn't have to be craned in the water. You just put a rope on them and push them out. They float off, pull the trailer back in. When you're done, you do it in reverse. We don't have that luxury anymore. We've got to crane these things because they are so big and they can't trailer or ramp launch. That and like with a lot of the boats back east, and I'm not totally sure why. I know part of it is the fact that most places back east where the inboards run, you can't ramp launch if you wanted to. A lot of times it's in rivers. They have barricades on the side, build up, so there's no way of backing a trailer in, even if the boat could do that. But some of them are so high, I think of Jimmy LeBree's boat, the Advanced United Vintage boat. The bottom of that boat's well over 5 foot in the air. And that's the bottom when it's sitting on the flat. So they're up there, and there's a lot of them like that back there. Not totally sure why, but that's my assumption. Again, if you're interested, you want to be a part of this, there is a place for you. Depends on what you want to do, what your gifts are. You might be a mechanic. You might be somebody that's got a couple of bucks in their pocket and want to go race. We'd love to have you a part of this. I'm sure there are boats available to run in competition. In fact, I'm sure of that. If you were interested in vintage, yeah, there's a whole bunch of boats. I've got a couple for sale. Actually got 4 that I could sell. Mike Jones through Kelly Jones and Gunner and Bryce Todd has got a whole fleet to sell. Some are competition boats, some are vintage. But there are boats available as well. So if you're around apva.org, you can get a hold of us. Or if you see somebody here, you can get in the pits or down here where I am at the start-finish line. Come and see me. We'll try and hook you up and get you in touch with the people you need to talk to buy a boat, to be a volunteer. ton of things. We're very close to getting our countdown for this next heat. Final heat of our first section of the day, first flight of the day. Well, this would be heat 117 for the day. Like if you're running unlimited, you got A, B, and C. We got to go to numbers. We're getting to that point. Alphabet gets a little difficult at that point. But we'll get to heat 2 a little bit later. Bring you all the action. Those that are back east at Valley Field today, hope you're having a great day and a great show back there. HRL putting that on at Valley Field. Stand by for your 4-minute gun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Green flag on the course, National Mod. NM8, Wolverine. Alex Manga in the 8, Wolverine. And that looks to be Gunnar O'Farrell on the back stretch going into turn 2. Whoa, that is one ill-handling beast right there. All right, we got a third boat on the course. Well, we had a third boat on the course. It's actually on the course. It's just not running on the course. Lids up. All right, Alex Manga coming around. Jim's Body Shop, Monster Energy, Bass Pro Shops, sponsors on that boat. Gunnar O'Farrell on the back stretch over there. Lake Ridge Paving. Green flag on the course. Well, this will be a bit of a yawner, unfortunately. Well, I hope Gunnar shuts that off before he burns that thing up. Problem you have when they run slow, unless you've got a water pump in the boat that helps to get water to it, to the engine, you'll burn them down real fast. And I'm not sure what they've got in that, so. Alex Manga on a solo. Lap one in the book. Boy, you talk about lousy luck. He just got that back from Esslinger, and it's still not running right. Alex having a nice run out there. Coming down for the end of lap two, Alex Manga. You see the boat come down the front chute there. Get real light about the start-finish line. Those boats are built for 1 mile courses, real short courses they run back east. They get on the bigger courses, they have lots of issues. All right, coming down to start his final lap. Alex knowing from the radios that there's just the one boat running, so he's back down and, you know, not going to set a record. Just going to get his points, get a heat victory. As Gunnar O'Farrell heads back to the pits. Disappointing we couldn't get the Harnack family over from Spokane this weekend with their boat. World record holder. I think both mile and a quarter and mile and 2/3. I want to say 116 miles an hour, something like that. I saw him run it a couple times. Josh Harnack doing a great job in that boat. Just fast, fast, fast. All right, Alex is going to go through the turn there, come back around, I think, and put it in the pits. Yep, he's going to go up the back chute. All right, we are going to pull. As soon as Alex is off the course, we will be pulling back in the 6, which is down there in turn 1. And our crews will head for the docks. Our on-water crews will head to the dock, get their lunches, use the restroom, eat, and turn and burn. We will be back in just a few minutes, so hang on. Be ready for more racing.
Takeoff. Home point updated. Takeoff. Home point updated.
All right. We are back. We are less than a minute or so away from our war canoes coming back out. Thank you, Dan Skelton, for stepping in. All right, white flag on the course. War canoes are going to be coming out. I think we had 4 last time, maybe 5. It was a while ago. You can hear them running over there. They put on quite a show. Fun to watch. As I just heard, it's canoe time. All right. Love having activity on the water. Well, we're getting more and more sound all the time. Where I'm sitting right now, I cannot see them. They will be in my view here momentarily, but I have a pontoon boat I'm looking through at this point. But to chase the shade, I need to be here at this point, so that's where we'll be. Thank you all for being here. Welcome to the 2025 Pirate Summer Nationals. Black Lake PNBRA, your sponsoring club. Thank you to Jim Codling and family for sponsorship. And here they come. I count 4 of them. These are so reminiscent of what I've seen on YouTube and Facebook of the boats they run in Southeast Asia. Not near as fast as some of those, but a lot of fun to watch. All right, here they come. Almost like it's choreographed in their turn. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Never fails. Somebody was trying to be a sneaky Pete out there and get a little jump on everybody when they made that turn. Guy was holding back, and then all of a sudden he just made the turn and jumped on it, and everybody else got snookered. Well, I hope this poor guy can get his refired here. So close yet so far. Oh, did you see that move? There you go. Ha ha! Beautiful. We'll have to turn to our referee and see if anybody was flagrant in any of the violations out there. I don't think I'll tell them, but we can find out. It's fun to watch this. Well, he's got it wound up and going for home on the white flag lap right now. All right, checkered flag is out for your war canoes. Oh, we might have a late race pass coming close. Not going to make it. Ah, too bad. These things are fun. One poor guy out here just can't get it fired back up. We have to get him some help and get him towed out of the way. We'll have to get them the receiver package like vintage guys run. Guessing these are very old engines. Big upright things. And a special thank you to Dan Skelton for coming out and stepping in right after lunch. Much appreciated. Dan hasn't been out for a while, and always good to see him and his wife.
Return to home.
Well, we got a lot to get through this afternoon. I have a feeling we may have to make some changes in what we're doing. Paddleboard, out in front here. Paddleboard, you've got to be out of here. Okay, thank you.
Landing.
Waiting on our 1 liters right now. Or one crackers, I'm sorry. Then one, oh, we changed it up. Okay. All right. Just a change of schedule, simply because of who's ready, and that is the cracker boxes. And that's one of the things we have to make use of when we have an event like this and a very limited area with a crane and number of cranes. You intersperse ramp launchers with the crane launchers. It gives you a little time and allows you to get boats in and out of the water. So Cracker Box will be up next. And then I'm guessing 1 liter and then T-boat. Subject to change as we need to get the program done. This will be our second heat of crackers for the day, and depending on the outcome of this heat now, we will determine a nationals champion, and that will be awarded hopefully tonight. We have to get through the program. I'm sure they don't want to do, well, we'll do awards as we need to, depending on how the day finishes out. But plan was to do our nationals winners tonight at our barbecue, and then tomorrow night after we're done and things are picked up, then we will award the weekend long aggregate winners, folks with the most points for the 2 days combined. beautiful afternoon down here at Black Lake. Thank you all for being here. Remember, we still got a full afternoon of racing today and then again tomorrow. And I will try and confirm a rough start time for tomorrow as far as having boats on the water. Get that to you shortly, but please come and join us. If you're here early, 8 o'clock in the cook shack down there, actually the covered picnic area, there is a boat church. Join us for that. Fresh donuts and coffee. And I do mean fresh. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Green flag on the course. Crackers!
Takeoff. Home point updated.
All right, on the inside, the 96 California girls. In the middle, Cracker Jill, and on the outside, the Quacker. All right, well, our first heat, Mark Curtis took the lead at the start and was never headed once he got rolling. Cracker Jill was second with Quacker third. Might have a little bit rougher water this time with the Crackers. Very old class. I want to say, I think 1947, if memory serves me correct. And it may not. But there is a template that you have to follow. Specific lines that the boats must meet. A lot of wood boats in this. In fact, most of them are wood. There's a number of glass cracker boxes out there. Well, Mark Curtis is inside of the 25 boat. And now they're going to get after it. All right, Mark Curtis coming around, leading them down to the start.
As they go into turn one, California girls, Cracker Jill and Quacker. Pretty sure it's Russell with his dad, Mark, out there in the Quacker. And Mark will be out driving the tunnel boat a little bit later. Sport C. Mark got a pretty healthy lead right now. And the main thing at this point is just to stay close. He would not even have to win this heat to claim the title, but he has to be close enough that the times he has a better overall time of the two, even if they tied for points. Well, Quacker Girls is not going to give up. Or Cracker Jill, excuse me. So coming down the front chute, the Cracker Girl got quite close, closed the gap, and now Mark's opened it back up again. I don't know if it's the water conditions or if Mark just isn't pushing that hard on the front chute. Mark Curtis, California Girls, Cracker Jill, and Russell Mead and Mark Mead over on the back stretch. All right, still under the green. Mark Curtis coming around for his white flag. 1 lap to go. 1 lap away from sewing up the championship. Cracker Jill. Mead's just not enough speed to stay with the two front runners. All right, here they come, Russell and Mark Mead in the Quacker, your third place, starting their final lap. And your winner of Heat 2, Cracker Box, Mark Curtis, California Girls, the P96. Second place, 25P, Cracker Jill. All right, now they are going
Return
into the
to home.
crane pits because they've got to take a fuel sample, and I'm not sure if they have to seal the motor. That's for Jerry Kelson, our lead inspector, head inspector, to do. But they will do that, and
When the flow is right, we don't have boats on the course, then they will make their way back to the far pits. You see him take a nice hop there. Thing about that hop, that was a mild hop for a cracker box. Think back in the day gone by, I don't want to say the old days, but those things were just totally out of control. And as I heard during lunch, these are cracker boxes, and on the East Coast they run Jersey Speed Skiff, or as some like to say, Canadian cracker boxes. But you talk about boats that get every which way but upside down most of the time, and that's the Jersey Speed Skiff. They don't have a hard chine on them. They've got it's a lap strake type hull for anybody that knows boat design. And they just roll on their side when they get to the turn.
Return to
turn
home.
And they roll over and they go around the corner and they straighten back up and go. Usually they make it through the turn, but sometimes they don't. So.
Landing.
Great family, the Meads. Come up from Astoria all the time. At times they'll have the cracker box and 2 of the sport sea boats. That's a chore. Here comes your next countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag on the course. Well, that sounds like a 1 liter. Yep. 3, 4, 5.
Home point updated.
Well, this will be even more fun than what we had earlier. We've got more boats. We got fast boats.
Takeoff. Home point updated.
$18 on the inside, $41 on the outside. Corey Peabody, J. Michael Kelly, Brad Sanchez, Katie Brown, Marissa Bartell, well, this will definitely be better because the 2 boats that came out are both fast boats. And it looks like we got Randy Russell back out on the course this time as well. Nothing like the smell of castor oil. Well, I know that probably got Corey's attention. All right,
right, as you see the boat come across the course, that is Marissa Bartels. You can only cross in an inboard from the back stretch to the front stretch between the exit pin of turn 1 and the entrance pin of turn 2, and you must come back on the course on the front stretch in that same area. You cannot impede when you do that, meaning if somebody is coming down course, you have to give them space to get in. You cannot try and take their lane. All right, 1 minute. And Randy is way late getting out. Whoa, he's got to get that thing up on plane higher. Okay, well, we got one boat that did not make the grade there. And that looks like it's Sean Bowser. He said he'd be happy if he made one heat. Well, he got one heat, and I hope he's got a bunch more coming. Well, Corey had him good. I don't know if he jumped or not. A lot of things in my purview right then. All right. All right. Out front, Corey Peabody. Second place, J. Michael Kelly. Third place, Brad Sanchez. Fourth place, Katie Brown. Fifth place, Marissa Bartels. Katie's gaining ground on Brad Sanchez. And Marissa's not that far behind. All right, here he comes. Corey Peabody to start lap 4. J. Michael Kelly. J. Michael's right where he wants to be on this, too. And I was a little surprised that he wasn't pushing right there at the beginning, but he's already got one heat win. Now he'll have a first and a second, and nobody else should be close. All right. All right, here comes your winner of Heat 2. For 1 leader, Corey Peabody. Driving the 18 of Jim Seckler. J. Michael Kelly, the 41, Shenanigans.
Tim Collins, the owner. All right. Third place, Brad Sanchez. Fourth place, Katie Brown. And our fifth place, Marissa Bartels. Good and lumpy out there, without question. Nice run by everybody. I have a feeling that J. Michael pulled it back a little bit on that. Want to check on the start, and I will be back with you in a minute.
Landing.
Well, we had a little jump there, or a big jump. 18, 41, and 9 all jumped. I don't know what that's. Well, that'll make make scoring interesting. We'll find out a little bit later just how that's going to go. Anytime you jump like that, and that's what happens when you get really competitive like that. And well, the one thing I'm sure of is Sean Bowser didn't win because he didn't run. Other than that, we'll let the officials and the scorers work that out. And once we have that 1-5 stock coming to you right now. Three, two, one. Green flag on the course. Well, let's hope that these young folks were watching the adults that last time.
Home point updated.
They don't jump the gun like the others did. The thing when that happens is that can cost you the championship. And I know that's not what any of them want. That's why they're here, is to run for a championship.
Takeoff. Home point updated.
When you're a racer and you run for points, that's what you want. You want those championships. And that may have changed it up quite a bit. Well, we watched them last heat. They ran 1 and 2. Haley out front, Carson in second. Well, Haley's going up the backstretch, park and start style. Carson coming around to the front stretch here, cut the corner. Looks like Rob Johnson is doing the same thing, if I'm not mistaken. Now Haley's going to get moving again. Still not down to 1 minute. This is a 4-minute warm-up period. I got a feeling Carson will take, yeah, I think he just swapped in and got lane 1. Oh, they're going to be way early. It's definitely park and start now. Down to 1 minute. All right, looks like a good start from here. We'll wait to hear if that is indeed the case. Carson with the lead going into turn 1. Haley on his hip. We'll find out who's got the faster of the two boats. Both very fast boats. You see Haley come around on the outside. We got a drag race down the back chute. Got about a 4-boat length lead as she goes into turn 2. Started with 4, down to 3. Haley Scarborough out front. Carson Kelly second. Well, looks like we got a repeat of the first heat. The 3 just has a little more boat speed. We know Carson can drive well, but if you don't have the speed, you don't have the speed, and that's what it looks like right now. 1.5 stock, known as T-boat, basically an entry level, a 14-year-old driver with capsule training can drive one of these boats. Well, just like she did the first heat, she's opened it up quite a bit. Boat's just got a couple miles an hour more in it. They both turn very well, but a little better straightaway speed. And keeping that speed through the turn very well right now. Haley Scarborough, Duval, Washington. JJW Racing, Jeff Bernard, the owner. Started her final lap. Here he comes, Carson Kelly. She's got her foot in it, and she's not going to let up until she hits that start-finish line to get her checkered flag. Nice job by Haley. Not sure who's on the radio for her, but she did a great job. Always does. Carson Kelly, second place. And I would guess that is the way your Summer Nationals will end today for those two. First, second, third place right here. All right. One more in the books.
Return to home.
All right, according to my schedule, unless we've changed,
Landing.
we should be up with Sport C next. Then OSY, SE 25 Mod, C Mod Hydro, AX Runabout, E350 Vintage, C Stock Hydro, J Hydro, Vintage, National Mod, 2.25 stock to finish our day. All right, we've got some boat traffic. We've got a boat that broke down, it looks like, so we got to send somebody to get that corralled.
Home point updated.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Green flag on the course. Sport C.
Takeoff. Home point updated.
Will Huff first out of the pits across the way. On his right, I can see the blue and salmon-colored 991. Kayla Huff. All right, there he is, the winner of Heat 1 today. Will Huff in the 560, owned by Gary Hansen. Second, 991, Kayla Huff. Third, 697, Gerald. And the 86. We just need Bob Shellhace out here. All right, 845, Mark Mead. If you're one of those folks that would like to be involved in this, this is a great class to start out with. I often say this is a great starter class. The reason I say that is it's affordable, very affordable. A few years ago we had, I don't know, there were 4 or 5 of these boats available, and there wasn't a one of them over about $6,500. Complete. Get in it and go drive it. You know. They weren't giving away the driving suit, the helmet, those things, the life jacket. But it was a very affordable way to get into racing. It is no different than some of the outboard classes, not all the outboard classes. For the most part, in outboard racing, the engines on a lot of them are the expensive part. With inboard racing, it can be an upside down, situation. Sometimes the engines are the expensive part. Sometimes the boats are. But with the Sport C, it's definitely an affordable thing. It's a lot of fun. Maybe 70 miles an hour max. But it's not a bad ride. It looks a little bumpy, but to be very honest, anytime you're in a tunnel boat, as long as it's not glued on the water, it's not a bad ride because you ride on a cushion of air. The boat has got power trim and it pivots on the transom, so it's very, very comfortable ride. And one of the things that you have to be aware of is you don't use a trim indicator in those. You drive by the seat of your pants, and that means if it's bumpy, it's not trimmed enough. When it starts to get a little bit quiet, it's fairly smooth. You're pretty good. When you don't. All right, good start. Kayla Huff forges to the lead. 86 on the outside in third place. Mark Mead in the middle, headed for second. All right, these folks are not running for a championship today. Divisionals are for inboard classes only. But they are competing for individual awards for the weekend. So they will take today's finishing orders, their points, add with what they get tomorrow. We will determine our winner for the overall for the weekend. All right. Kayla's out front right now. Will coming up. Mark in third. And Gerald's got to get going back there in the last place boat. All right, there you go. Will Huff moving to the lead. A lot of experience there with Will. Driven a lot of tunnel boats over the years. Very accomplished driver. And Kayla's getting there. Kayla's getting there. But I know Dad would love to see his daughter do well, but not while he's out there. All right, here comes a 697 trying to pass 86. '86 looking to be a little bit newer hull style than a 697. We have some old boats in some of these. As I say, if you're interested, this would be a good class to get started in. Could always use it as a stepping stone into, other classes if you wanted, or you can make a career out of driving this size of boat. I know we've got some folks back east that are definitely adults that are still running and doing very well. Size does have a lot to do with how you do in these things. This is not a boat that would be sized for someone like my son, who at about 6'3" and about 250 is not going to do well in there. For one thing, they don't fit. The other thing is that's too much weight in front of it to try and pick it up. And it's also a lot to push. So, all right, still got everybody running. As I said earlier, these are 40-horse Tohatsus. It's an old motor, been around a long, long time. I don't know how many are left anymore. I know it's getting a little harder to get parts and to find engines, but it's a stock engine. And I think there's probably, we get to that point, APVA would probably spec something else for a motor. There's no point in letting this thing die. But something of a similar horsepower range would be ideal, but they are stock. Stock's center section, stock lower unit. The only thing that's race on that engine, they got steering bars, and they got a racing propeller on there. Other than that, it is not a race engine. That's an engine you could have on your fishing boat. Been a great day out here so far. Still got quite a bit to do, but we're making progress on that. You can see the difference between the 86 going by right now and the 697 that just went by. This boat in the long run, the 86, will probably be faster once the driver gets acclimated a little bit more because the attitude is much better. The nose is up, it's packing air under it, and that's what drives these boats. If you don't float the boat, it's not going. And you're not going to do it on sheer horsepower. We've seen race boats over the years, especially in the inboard classes, that you can power your way through some of that. But that doesn't happen to be this. Will Huff, your winner in the 560. Gary Hansen, the owner. Second place, the 991, Kayla Huff, owner driver. The 845, Mark Mead. One of the neat things is Kayla is a veterinarian. Just started her own practice earlier this year up in Woodway, Washington. She's out of Edmonds. She and Joe got married last July, I think it was, yeah. And got the business going. So they've had a busy couple of years. 697 across. And the 86.
Return to home. Landing.
We are coming up on our countdown for OSY 400. All right, good start. Boy, Marissa just about didn't get hooked up on that one. Everybody running a lot better this time. Look at Corey Peabody come. He's hauling the mail now. He got a tall order to catch J. Michael. But those English boats are fast. Corey coming up on Marissa. J. Michael out front. A311, Jacob Malden. Malden well drilling, excuse me. There he comes, your leader, J. Michael Kelly in the 52. Corey Peabody in the 25. Marissa Bartell in the 1. Les Deathridge in the 8. All right, Jacob on his 3rd lap, J. Michael on his 4th. Here comes Corey. Nice run by that young man. Marissa just holding her own right now. Not quite the boat speed to run with those other 2 boats. All right, Les Deathridge in the 8. And here he comes. Your winner, J. Michael Kelly in the 52. English Racing. 2nd place in the 25. English Racing, Corey Peabody. Jacob Malden starting his 4th lap. There she is in 3rd place. Marissa Bartels. Bartels Racing. Bruce Ratchford sponsored now. BWR, I think it is. 4th place. Les Deathridge. Fifth place, Jacob Malden in the 8, 311. Corey Peabody coming around for a cool down lap. Nice run, very nice run. Gunnar O'Farrell going by right now in the go fast turn left team. A21. Real discouraging day for him, I'm sure.
Return to home.
All right. Next up on my list is C-Mod Hydro, AXR, E350 Vintage, and on out the rest of our schedule. Not sure, think that we have water until 6, which means
Return to home.
I don't know how we topped that SE class we had a little earlier, the sportsman entry with a dead heat there at the end. That's
Landing.
what racing's all about. And that means that Travis had to be going at least a couple miles an hour faster than Kip was just to stay with him. Every time you move out, it takes a lane, it takes at least a couple miles an hour. Because of the distance difference that you have between lane 1 and lane 2. Might be a mile and a quarter on the pins, but by the time you get out there a ways, it's considerably more than that.
Home point updated.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag on the course.
Takeoff. Home point updated.
What's that? Well, we've got E350 on the course. We had a great heat last time. Should be every bit as good this time. Alex Manga, the first one around in the 8. That is the Wolverine.
Brent Hall cutting the course. Is that what I'm seeing, or is that... Nope. Chris Bertram cutting the course. Well, we'll see how this plays out. Kip Brown won the first heat. Yeah, that's a good fleet of boats out there. 6 at one time. Got one that just went down over there, looks like. Okay, yeah, we did have one go down in the water out there. Alex coming by right now. And the cat and mouse games start. And I'm guessing that was Jason Schrock that went down in the water over there. Brent Hall going by right now. And fully loaded. Thorpe Fruit Stand sponsor. All right, Kip Brown looks like he's got lane 1 going into turn 2. Alex Manga next to him in the 8. Wolverine. Next out looks like Bryce Todd. Chris Bertram, I think. And Brent Hall on the outside, but I may be wrong on that. We'll find out here shortly. Oh! Well, if I'm not mistaken, from where I'm sitting, Kip Brown was the first legal boat. Bryce was way out there, and so was the other Chris Bertram. Getting real close, coming around the exit pin at turn 2. Kip Brown into the lead. Chris Bertram on the outside. Bryce Todd in the sandwich. Alex Manga on the inside. Brent Hall outside. Third and fourth. Or fourth and fifth, excuse me. 99 is running well. Best we've seen from Bryce in quite a while. Rookie of the Year in National High Point 2 years ago. Looks like Chris Bertram's off the pace. Yep, he's got an issue. Well, that's too bad. All right, here he comes. And a lap 2, I think. Kip Brown. JJW Racing. Second place. Bryce Todd in a 99. Third place, Alex Manga and a Wolverine. Fourth place, Brent Hall. 226. John Rifle, the owner. Fully loaded. right, white flag, one more to go. Kip Brown in first. Bryce Todd in second in the 99. Wolverine the 8 is your third place boat. Fourth place, Brent Hall, fully loaded the 226. All right, here comes the winner. Mr. Kip Brown in the E3 JJW Racing, Weymouth Family Racing. Bryce Todd in the 99, second. Alex Manga and Brent Hall, fourth place. Well, we got tech inspection on these now. Well, that has got to feel really good for Kip, and it's also got to feel really good for Bryce, because Bryce just made huge strides in his year. Didn't start out good over at Richland this year. Was late getting to the season with all the work they did last year again. But
Return
now I
to
see
home.
that the boat that went down on the far side over there is back up and running. Well, was running. And that appears to be Jason Schrock in the 331. Hopefully he can get that back. No, he just put the fire out. All right, well, unfortunately, Jason was not able to get refired. He got refired, but he couldn't keep it going. So I'm not sure what happened there, but going to have to get him towed out of the way, and that'll slow things down a bit.
Landing.
All right, now we got to yeah, we got boats from here to breakfast, because we got Chris Bertram is across the way, sitting in the water.
Home point updated. Takeoff. Home point updated.
All right. Just waiting to get a countdown here for you. I know we've got to wait until we get boats out of the way. One is just about across and can be off. But I know at this point with boats in tow, we can't start another heat, especially with where the one is going to be momentarily.
Return to home.
Here comes your countdown for 2.5 stock. All right, green flag on the course. And from what I'm hearing, we will have this heat, and then we have a diver that needs to leave, and with we will go to our outboards at that point. We saw these folks run earlier today. See how it goes. Two 5 stock. Kyle Davenport in the red boat. J. Michael Kelly in the yellow 12. The 1 and the 12. All right, Kyle doing a timing run, wants to see what it takes him to go from basically almost a dead stop to the start-finish line. J. Michael Kelly in the 12, Monkey Business. Jason Ellard out of Puyallup, Washington, the owner. All right. Everybody got their spot. Kyle Davenport way up in turn 2. Just went to 1 minute. J. Michael Kelly Travis Olshin, the third boat out there. It's a Sean Warren-owned entry. Well, will they be on or will they be over? All right, good start from here. J. Michael Kelly leading the way into turn 1. Travis Olsh on the inside. Kyle Davenport in the red boat on the inside. A lot of water down there. A lot of water. Well, they're flying them, no doubt. J. Michael leading the way around. He wasn't that fortunate last time. He was in second place the last go-round. Kyle Davenport made up some distance there on Travis Ulsh. Well, he either got loose or he just backed out of it. The other two are gaining again. And that's the bobble over there. Well, Kyle made up a little bit of ground on that one. Or water, however you want to look at that. That is a great race for second. He's got to be right on that chip. Right on the chip. All right, Kyle got him that turn. Got a little bit of a lead. Here comes Travis again. And it looks like they're gaining on J. Michael. I don't think they can reel him in unless J. Michael's got an issue, but Kyle just put a little bit of water between him and Travis that time. Couple of boat links. Here he comes again. On the outside. Winner of your second heat, a 2.5 stock. Oh. Nope. Is he going to make it? Oh, my word. Holy cow. Ho, ho, ho. That one hurts. That one hurts. Yep. Again.
Return to home.
He's over. Whoa. Well, shoo. All right, Russ is going to go pick him up now. Well, you know, if nothing else, it's entertaining. Well, I know that's not the way J. Michael wanted that to end. If you're here along the shore, give them a round of applause. They put on a hell of a show. That's J. Michael Kelly. Yeah, I know.
Landing.
Well, when he bobbled over on that far side over there the lap before, you heard something. And it didn't sound the same coming down here. So he was probably going away at that point. Coming up on a countdown for OSY 400. All right. We have a long countdown. Sometimes that happens.
Takeoff. Home point updated.
All right, green flag on the course, OSY 400. C111, Brody Wyant, the 721R, Jim Tryon, 66R, should be Carson Kelly, 142R, Trey Marquardt, 166R, Jeff Userno, R15, Ryan Gowan, 711C, Nunez Ismail, 91R, Kayla Huff, well, I'm not sure how long we're going to go, but we'll keep running as long as we can. Get as many heats in the book for the day. White flag. 1 minute. If there was a ball out there, I'd say it's a scrum and they're playing rugby. Got a whole bunch of them together up there. All right. Carson Kelly right to the lead again. We did have a race stoppage last time for these folks. Had a driver get pitched out up here coming out of turn 2. So we're rerunning. Well, better luck next time. Red flag on the course. Outboards are a little different. Just saying. All right, everybody headed for the pits other than Ryan Gowan, who spun out.
Return to home.
All right, we've got to get the course cleared and we'll run AXR. All right, driver is being transported to the dock to be checked out by medical.
Landing.
I would think that he is probably fine, but that is protocol.
Home point updated.
Here comes a countdown shortly for AXR. All right. Green flag on the course. 3 minutes. AXR.
Takeoff. Home point updated.
All right. AXR 122R Colby Wyant. 555 Mason McGregor. US2 is Kelly Moen Harper. Kelly Moen. Oh, been a long day. And US1 is Carson Kelly. All right, Carson Kelly going by right now. Well, that's one way of settling your dinner, if you don't lose it in the meantime. Lumps and bumps. All right, good start, good start. Young folks doing a great job out there. Good start on that too. Well, that fourth place boat just took a real hop going into the turn up there, end of the straightaway over there. I will say one thing, that Russ Dodge has laid out some great turns here. Hey, if they can't turn on this, we're in trouble. Oh, Russ Dodge does a great job. And one of the nice things, Russ is a former racer. He knows how to lay out a great course and does just that.
looked to be your leader, went